He walked. Well, good night. Sweet dreams.
I think I'll have just one more cup of tea.
Yeah, and we can finish the cheesecake.
Sounds good.
You know what would go so good on this cheesecake is those chocolate sprinkles.
We finished those in...
Out there ahead of us. But when we pulled up to Bubba's Chapel of Bliss and Tackle Shop, there you were. Well, I was ready for the fight of my life, but all you said was...
Wants this marriage to happen. So instead of fighting, why don't we all sit down and try to figure a way out of this mess?
You like cheesecake?
Can Ella shatter glass?
Please? Yeah, I'd like to report a robbery.
But that wasn't a scheme, Sophia. That was a legitimate business.
And we lost our shirts. That's the beauty of this water thing. You can't lose. It's a ripoff, pure and simple.
Not so fast, Eduardo. What are you going to do with me?
You have good bones. Yes, this is a strong, noble face full of wisdom and sincerity. You could be a Greek goddess.
Oh, go on, Eduardo. I've just got to remember that it's not the clothes that make the man, it's the man that makes the clothes. Oh, God, he looks like he died in a Benny Hill sketch. Oh, I guess there's nothing we can do about it now. Besides, it's probably what Phil wanted. I'm gonna go check on Ma.
Listen.
I love Chinese checkers much better than plain checkers. And chopsticks, what a great idea. Who knows what fork to use at a dinner party? Chopsticks, you don't feel like an idiot.
Ma, enough! Dr. Chang, please.
Well, I think that you are sick. I think you have something...
Enormous lips.
Anyway, Ma told me that once I started shaving, I'd never be able to stop. I mean, she said I'd regret it for the rest of my life because my legs would have bristles.
I was right. By the time you were 16, I could grate cheese on your knees.
Are you two dressed like that?
Well, these are our costumes for the play, Dorothy. We were in the middle of dress rehearsal when they told us all to go home right away.
There's a hurricane heading for Miami.
You know, I think I will take a slice of cake. Hello.
Uncle Angelo, I'd like you to meet,
I'm referring to me.
Of course not, Ma. I'm referring to Cary Grant. He's living in the broom closet.
Hey, it's Blanche's grandson. We do for family.
You're right, Ma. You're right. I'm just being selfish. Oh, it probably won't be too bad.
Oh, I suppose not. But whatever will we do with him for 2 weeks?
Oh, there are plenty of things to do.
You're leaving.
Then I better pack.
You know what I'm going to miss about Sophia most? It's all that good advice she gives us.
Well, I guess living all those years, she has a lot to draw on.
And if she doesn't have anything to draw on, she just... And you get what you paid for. I also know the expression, there's a sucker born every minute. Ew, yes, I do know that expression, too.
Dorothy, that was the last contractor in the book.
I just don't care. I don't get it, Blanche. This isn't like you. Come on. Gary calls at the last minute, cancels your date. You're not the least bit upset or suspicious.
Well, Dorothy, give me some credit. What kind of person would doubt a man whose mother needs emergency gallbladder surgery and sex?
Obviously, you fell off the wagon.
And on to a naval base.
It was just after I'd lost George, and it just seemed an appropriate thing to do.
Of course it did. And your husband had just died.
So what? Dorothy!
This isn't an ordinary hockey stick. Bobby Hull used this. This is a piece of history.
It's a piece of junk, and the price tag says $4.
$4.50.
I'll take it.
Okay, but listen, before you go, come into the house with me. I'll show you the kind of wood oil that I use.
Rose Nyland, I'm sorry to be getting in touch so late tonight. I hope I didn't wake you.
Oh, God.
One at a time, Blanche. Anyway, I just wanted to say I think you're still doing a terrific job.
Men love my cupcakes.
Get a clue, Dorothy. Men would rather pay for cupcakes.
Let me tell you something, you Swedish meatball. Wait a minute. You're actually talking about cupcakes, aren't you?
Get real, Grandma. Either way, I'll get the bike. My folks will feel terrible because two mean old ladies forced me to return my toy. And because it was ruined in the accident on the way back to their house.
Accident?
See this water pistol? It's loaded with red and...
Don't ever do that.
It just doesn't seem possible that 5 years has gone by since we moved in together.
Well, it's gonna be rough if we have to go our separate ways. We've all learned to depend on each other so much.
Especially Rose.
What's that?
Blanche, Everlast is a brand name, not a nickname.
What kind of a place is this anyway?
I don't know, an old office building or a warehouse. Or...
It looks to me like the kind of place where shady dealings go on.
I trip to Florida. He went there every spring to discuss sales. Oh, look, here he is at Gator World. And here he is touring the Miami suburbs. And here he is in Blanche's bed. And here he is...
Wait, Blanche? Blanche Devereaux?
Yeah, right here in her bed.
I just wonder what she wants, the conniving little witch. You're welcome, Maurice.
Let's make a toast.
With water?
Well, I can't drink.
You never could. One Jack Daniels and you'd disappear with half a fraternity house. Well, then you pick a time. Well, honey, I really do want to see you. I think we have a lot to talk about, Janet. I've been thinking a lot about you lately.
You mean there's two things in this world that Cecilia knows. When pasta sticks to a wall, it's done. When a body sticks to cement, it's dead.
Why did it have to happen?
Come on in, Ed. My roommates are still out shopping, so we have the place to ourselves. Now it's time to find out who's naughty or nice.
Didn't you have the best time Christmas shopping today, Dorothy?
Town.
Where is he taking you?
I'm not allowed to say security reasons.
Ma, none of this is true.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's Julio Iglesias. You satisfied?
We'll make the reservation for 4. She'll tell us the truth when she gets in. Ma, that is a mean, underhanded, despicable thing to do.
So was World War II. We're talking about Mussolini.
Gonna take the chicken down to Mississippi.
Rose, just stuff it.
Who on earth could that be at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Maybe it's a Jehovah's Witness with a caffeine problem? Go ahead, make your call.
We'll give you some privacy. We'll go in the other room.
Come on, Ma, let's go.
What do you think she's gonna do?
I think she's gonna sell. It's just too much money.
Oh, no, Blanche is too sentimental. I think she's gonna stay.
What do you think, Ma? Ma!
Quiet.
Oh,
Let's go, Rose. Everyone's waiting for you.
I don't think I can go through with this.
What's the matter, honey? You and Jonathan have a fight?
No, it's just that I think marrying Jonathan might be a mistake. He is a lot shorter than I am.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Me neither. How could you miss it? Everyone notices.
Give me one of those.
Hide this stuff.
Where shall I hide it?
In your brassiere, Rose. Just throw them away.
I'm going to get the EKG machine. I'll be right back.
Well, I'll call the paramedics and tell them not to come.
Oh, thanks, Blanche.
Dorothy, is he single?
While I had to make big, huge sacrifices.
I'm not telling you. You're guessing. But to be perfectly honest, you're getting warmer.
Oh, what a wonderful night. Now that Bill's getting out of the service, we can build a life together.
Me ever since I was a little girl, when I first heard my parents whispering about the St. Olaf slasher. Slasher? Yes. Oh, he terrorized St. Olaf for months. In the dark of night, he'd sneak into an unsuspecting farmer's field and mercilessly slash his scarecrow to shreds.
He shot the both of them.
A week later, we became Lutherans.
Rose, that isn't a teenage rebellion story. That is a changing religion story. That is a big...
You and Eddie.
We talked a lot between shows, and of course I didn't realize it, but he was falling for me.
Didn't have far to fall.
It started with little things.
I bet.
I made some nice hot cocoa.
And now, Rosa, tell us how you got up the courage to save that eagle.
It was just a bird.
Well, what about saving that there school bus, huh?
I just gave it directions.
Oh, yeah, but there was a bridge washed out on the road ahead.
Really?
Anybody seen my purse?
Oh, God, Mom, how could you do this?
Relax, Dorothy. I probably left it at Sonny's place.
Of course you did, right next to his body.
How did you know?
It's all over the front page of today's paper.
Oh, that's not Sonny. That's a dead guy.
Of course he is.
That's great, Ma. That's really beautiful. But there's nothing like that between me and Mr. Gordon. If you don't believe me, why don't you join us for lunch?
Join you for lunch? Let me check my social calendar. Oh, okay, I'm free.
Ma.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
I'm married.
What?
It's not a good marriage, Dorothy. It was over years ago.
I can't believe...
Doctor with the hands of a peasant and the soul of a poet. Oh, my God, I'm writing already. Somebody take this down.
What is she talking about?
Forget her. Dorothy, you've got to see another doctor. Raymond is not a specialist.
Yeah, but what kind of specialist do I need?
Well, just call up Dr. Raymond and ask him. He'll refer you.
You have to.
Be honest, I don't know if I can get all the way through it.
You mean it's not good?
Oh, it's awful. This book is totally unbelievable. The heroine, Vixen St. James, is this shallow Southern belle who's vain, self-centered, and a pushover for any man that crosses her path.
She's right. That is unbelievable.
A few minutes to help me move my stuff. Thief? What? You heard me. What's that on your neck?
A what?
I'm talking about my necklace, the one Mommy gave me for confirmation. You always wanted that necklace.
I did not.
Then why'd you take it?
To cover the what?
Give me back my necklace.
Oh, come on, Ma.
Oh, no. That's right. And the town fathers took down his picture. It had always hung in the St. Olaf auto shop, right next to Andy Granatelli. My mother used to date him. You know what he has under that trench coat?
A wrench?
That's what Mother called it.
Sunday dinner, help himself to some food, take it into the living room, turn on one of those radio countdown shows, and belch to the music. Well, finally, my mother told me that I just had to break it off, and of course I knew she was right. So I rehearsed my speech, and I made arrangements to meet him at a call. Was too nervous to eat much at dinner.
But I suppose the rest of the evening really built up an appetite.
Oh, hi. I didn't expect to see you girls up so late.
I'm just having a snack. Dorothy's the one having an affair at a motel.
Thank you, Rose. Well, as long as you don't mean it in a negative way.
Of course not. You know, growing up in the South.
God, here it comes. The honeysuckle, mint juleps, three-legged dogs, you and Opie and Floyd and the barber shop.
It's a partially eaten pork chop. He had beautiful teeth, didn't he?
This has to be a fake. I mean,
Have your eyes zapped with some ray gun, you could read it off my identification badge here.
Alvin Newcastle security guard.
That's right.
Why don't you just buy the one that says Marshall, Dodge City?
This happens to be a legitimate, officially authorized identification badge issued by the police department.
So when I turned 17, I told my father that I wanted to take acting lessons.
What did he say?
No.
Great story, Rose. But you know what? Hollywood's not a bad idea.
Well, what do you say?
well, it is my production, and as they say, the show must go on.
Ah, pussycat. It'll be like the old days. Come on. Just one more time.
Get a little drunk, and you land in jail.
Back in Minnesota, we'd settle this kind of a dispute with some good-natured log rolling.
Sorry, Rose, my log is in the shop. What do we do now? Toss a coin?
Okay.
All right.
I'll take tails.
Okay. Tails. You win.
Oh, my, that provincial Midwestern sense of humor that everybody hates. Yes.
Hello, I'm Detective Paris, Dade County PD. Does Sophia Petrillo reside here?
This is my mother. Is there a problem?
I'd just like to ask a few questions.
I know, because I've met him. You just thank your lucky stars Rose Nyland is not one of those women.
I never looked at it that way.
Besides, after you get to know Rose, why, you'll... Oh, why spoil the surprise? Television?
Well, I don't really watch it. I just pretend it's radio.
We don't exactly watch it either. With our crummy TV, we get 2 channels at once. For a while there, I thought Benson was having an affair with Miss Ellie.
Listen, Mom, we cannot afford a new TV. Well, I'm very happy to report that this year's variety show is really coming along. And the first thing I'd like to discuss... Yes, Frida?
I heard that ticket sales are not going very well. I heard that you have not been able to find any good talent, and I heard that Kent Ferguson's
along. But enough about you, Stan. Let's talk about Kate's problems.
We had no problems, Mom. That's why this was all such a shock.
Not even in bed?
Oh, Stanley.
Hey, I'm just trying to help. The fact is, the reason most men cheat on their...
Dorothy, what the hell are you doing with my brother?
Calm down, Stanley. It's just a routine search.
I can't believe that you're so desperate that you'd stoop to this.
You can't talk to me that...
Are we ready?
I reckon so. How do I look?
They won't be able to take their eyes off.
Home phone number. Now, if you really want that degree, you'll use it. You catch my drift?
Oh. Oh.
What?
I think they're making...
What?
They're making a stove.
Let me see. Yep, they are. We're back in business.
Oh, please.
No, they are, Dorothy. They really are. I don't know a thing about animals.
Well, they certainly...
Unnatural. No daddy for the baby. And no fun trying.
I'm gonna have to agree with Blanche on this one. Half the fun is in getting there. And boy, did your father and I have fun trying for you.
Ma, I don't think I want to hear this.
I wasn't gonna...
Every night when Rose would go to bed, she'd take the 3 elephants with her because they made her feel so safe and secure.
Elephant dolls.
Right, elephant dolls. Until finally one night they got so sick and tired of Rose annoying them that they went off to sleep someplace else. And 2 big old escaped convicts snuck in through the window and murdered Rose in her sleep. What? He's perfect. Mm-hmm. He's absolutely perfect. I cannot believe a man like that would be interested in Rose.
Well, I guess he's not perfect after all.
That's right, Dorothy. Thank you. I feel so much better.
We're living with Robin Givens.
Mama!
It's up to her father.
Oh, I tried talking to him. He won't answer his phone calls or the messages that I leave in his mailbox.
First, he lets his dog eat Ida, now this. I'm mad as hell. Let's go over there.
No, Ma, I don't think you should go. This is a very sensitive situation, and it's going to take a little patience.
And when the applause started, his clapper went crazy. The lights went on, off, on, off, on, off. And Miles did his impression of the old King Kong. And we laughed and laughed. So I pretended I was in petite. Everybody can see you couldn't get those past your knees.
If you don't keep your voice down, I'm going to hit you in the head with this loin of pork.
Oh, Blanche, come on. $15.99. Now, this is just too extravagant. I'm not going in on this.
Oh, hello, Rose.
Oh, Blanche, you won't believe what happened to me today. It was so exciting. I've been waiting for somebody to come home so long, I thought I was going to burst.
Well, you won't believe what happened to me today in the dean's office.
I was driving down Biscayne Boulevard listening to WREQ, the big band, listening to my yodeling tapes, when the driver behind me starts furiously honking his horn. I decide to be a lady and let him pass. And what does he do? Pulls alongside, shouts obscenities that would make Joan Rivers blush, then speeds off down the street.
Who cares, Rose? I got my own problems.
It wouldn't hurt either.
You know, Ma, I hate to admit it. I had fun this afternoon.
I'm glad to hear that, Pussycat, because the Shady Pine Circus is coming up. You're not afraid of fire, are you?
Gadget, you didn't see the robbers.
One of the robbers of my mama's jewels.
Okay. We're getting the basic system.
Whatever.
But not from you, from your competitor.
What?
Because what you were trying to do was terrify us into spending more money than we have. Now get out of here before the victim of violent crime in this house is you.
Nothing. Dorothy, you're a sick, suspicious, paranoid person. Stan, my favorite ex-son-in-law.
God, Stanley, what the hell are you doing here?
Don't you dare talk to him like that. I invited him for dinner.
What?
I love your toupee, Stanley. Is it new?
Yeah.
I will never forget the look on your face when Dorothy and I tangled onto the floor.
And I will never forget the look on your faces when you were disqualified and I won the $1,000.
And it was so sporting of you to share your...
There's an island, and I know you feel like a
Well,
family.
I am family. I'm her long-lost Swedish mother.
You're her Swedish mother.
Yeah. You bet you're sure. Oh, come on, let me in.
I'm afraid not.
Here, let me try, Sophie. Nurse.
Oh, that's too bad.
Tragic.
Terrible.
But there's hope.
What?
There's really nothing wrong with baby, physically.
He has a mental problem.
4 grown women decide to live with a pig, and he's the one with a mental problem.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a
Ella, you got lots of spirit, just like your beautiful mama.
Thank you. This has gone far enough.
What's gone far
I was talking to her. Look, from now on, she'll be Ma number 1, and you're Ma number 2. I think I'm slowly going out of my mind.
All right. Enough. Tomorrow, I'll go to the hospital and have a blood.
We're canceled.
So what are you up to tonight, Holly?
Oh, nothing, just a quiet evening at home.
I don't know what you have been complaining about, Dorothy. I think this is a very good hospital and a perfectly lovely room. Isn't it a lovely room, Rose?
Very lovely. I just keep wondering how many people have never left this room. Oh, I feel awful. Just awful. How could I have been so stupid?
No, it's okay.
I missed the family angle. He's your uncle. Niece makes uncle live in Roach Motel.
Again.
I've got to get to the counseling center.
Oh, honey, come on. Take the day off. Call them.
But those people need me.
What good can you possibly be to them?
Well, I'll be there. I'll smile. I'll nod. Fortunately, a lot of them hear voices. I'll just tell them one of them is mine.
I almost forgot the reason I came out to talk to you. Oh, it's about the banquet.
Oh, now, don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Allen. I love to throw a party. You just leave everything to me.
Well, actually, Blanche, I've decided to leave everything to Dorothy.
To him and that souped-up old Studebaker, racing out toward bio country, where Deck knew this justice of the peace who specialized in marrying stupid teenage girls from well-to-do families. Now, lucky for me, old man Montgomery had been in the Rexall that day and overheard us making our plans and tipped off you and Daddy. You know, to this day, I don't know how you all got...
Nobody believes me. Everybody thinks I'm crazy. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm really crazy.
Oh, Dorothy, you are not crazy. I mean, you are absolutely not crazy. I've seen the way you walk. I've seen how wiped out you get. You're not crazy, honey. You're...
Girls, the auction's about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first item before you tonight is a fine example of Greco-Roman statuary. May I have an opening bid, please, of 20? I have 20. Do I hear 25?
Why are these statues always of naked men?
Yeah, right now, but before long we'll be fighting again. That doesn't mean we don't love each other. It's just the nature of our relationship. We get it from our mother.
Our father.
Mother. Father. Shut up.
You shut up.
May your nose...
Ma.
You're right, you're right. We get it from our father. There's one. What do I win?
Stanley, what do you want?
Dorothy, I know you're still mad at me for spoiling our wedding, but I've got some news. Big news, and I thought you might want to hear about it.
You've misjudged me.
Dorothy, I'm seeing a psychiatrist.
I decided to be cremated instead. It's a great idea. My ashes can be divided among you, your brother Phil, and your sister Gloria. Nah, forget Gloria. I don't want to spread myself too thin.
Hi, girls. I need rams.
Do you know that nasty butcher down at the deli?
The little guy with 4 fingers?
That's him. I don't know, but every time I order roast beef, he cheats me. I don't know how he does it. I stand there and watch as he slices a big, juicy roast. Listen.
Dorothy, you don't have to say anything.
Oh, I mean, what can you say about 7 years of fights and laughter, secrets, cheesecake?
Just that it's been very, it's been an...
He should have stuffed the cannelloni in the traditional manner.
Hi, girls.
Blanche, honey, what are you doing here? I thought the reunion wasn't over till tomorrow.
No, it isn't. I just decided I'd come home a day early.
But I didn't have the time.
Yeah, well, that was my fault, Kevin, for interrupting the high school experience with a book.
Hey, you didn't know?
Kevin, what are you going to do when you're out in the world competing with young men who have applied themselves?
Try your cupcakes.
Why is that funny?
No offense, Dorothy, but your cupcakes are dry and tasteless. Nobody ever likes your cupcakes.
My cupcakes are moist and delicious. Now, do you think you can ever forgive me?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
I understand.
Okay, I thought about it. I forgive you.
Blanche, thank you.
Oh, what the heck? That's what friendship's all about. Oh.
Listen, if you don't want tonight to turn into a total disaster, you have to stop being so self-conscious.
Oh, well, you're right, of course. Dr. Newman is a guest in our home. If I'm self-conscious, he'll be ill at ease. I can't allow that to happen. It would be un-Southern.
Not the doctor. You see? George is the only man to ever see me naked.
Get out of here.
Well, except for Charlie, of course.
Get out of here.
And the vet.
Bruce? Girls, listen, maybe we don't have everything we need.
But what are we missing?
Well, we are going away for a romantic weekend to the Bahamas with Jeff and Rich and Randy. In this day and age, it might be a good idea to take along some protection.
What kind of protection?
2 armed Pinkerton guards.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with my taste. You've seen that ring that I picked out for Dorothy.
Yeah. Actually, he was going for a bracelet, but the mechanical claw grabbed the ring.
Okay, girls, I guess I do need some help. I'll call tomorrow and we'll set up a time to go shopping. I really have to...
You're going to see a game.
Mama offered to drive us over to Vero Beach to see the Dodgers play. Jeremy's a big baseball fan.
Becky's a bigger one. Becky's a bigger everything.
Not everything, Jeremy.
And I remember I said, well, couldn't this wait just a minute? I'm reading to the blind.
That's enough, Rose.
Oh, but it's so golden.
Let it go. Come on, let it go. Let it go, you loser! Thank you, Rose.
I must explain the urge I sometimes have to diaper your head.
You feel like playing a few more hands?
Sure. Oh, staying up like this playing games reminds me of my teenage slumber parties.
Oh, God. Oh, I'll never forget my first slumber party. We all got...
For God's sake, somebody say something.
Big help.
Dorothy, what about you? You're always the sensible one around here, the free modern thinker who keeps up with the times. Now, what do you think?
Friend of mine from high school, Helen Colquist, she just moved to Miami. We spent a little time together and decided we'd get together today. I even got out the old yearbook so we could go down memory lane.
Oh.
Last night she had a heart attack and died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've been sitting here looking through the book and I can't believe...
I'm in charge of fitness. Blanche is in charge of beauty.
Who's in charge of distracting the twins while the two of you have your swimsuits on?
There's my ride. I'm off to Epcot.
Wait a minute, Ma, where's your overnight bag?
Who needs a bag? We get on the bus.
You're not telling us?
Oh, all right. I twisted my arm. Girls, Laszlo's asked me to pose for one of his sculptures.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. Look here. He gave me the key to his building. Oh. I have my first session with him tomorrow morning.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he says he's always wanted to do a piece on the mature woman, and he thinks I'm just perfect.
Forgive me, Rose, but I haven't had sex in 15 years, and it's starting to get on my nerves. Did you get the tickets?
Can't you say hello first?
Hello, Big Shot. Did you get the tickets?
Look, Ma, don't start with me.
Oh, my birthday! I completely forgot. Well, I better make a...
Scene on the plane and phoned it back in, and that became the cheesecake scene. Is that
cheesecake scene?
The first cheesecake scene, which was the same scene that we went and did at the Royal Variety Performance when we went over to
I
London.
did write a scene on a plane. I don't know if it was cheesecake, though.
No, it was the mirror.
Yeah, but it was all around.
Think you might like some company tonight?
Maybe some other time, Blanche.
I couldn't be intimate with just anybody.
Oh, yeah? What about the guy who painted our address on the curb?
You make it sound like it was a one-night stand. He'll be back when it's faded.
Honey, Mel's probably just
He and I took a bus to Palermo to look up our old friend Teresa DeFino. We spent 2 hours on the bus, another hour looking for her house. We finally find the house, knock on the door, and what do you know? She died.
Ma, it happens.
That morning.
Yeah, but I mean, aside from that, you and Augie really had a great time, huh?
Pencils and big old cod pieces.
Blanche, how do you make it through an omelet?
78, yes. 64, yes. 81, yes.
No, what are you doing?
Reading the obituaries and checking out the people who died younger than I am now.
Something I've never told you girls. I spent the first 8 years of my life at the St. Olaf Orphanage. Gunter and Alma Nyland are my adoptive parents.
How come you never told us about this before?
Oh, I loved my parents so much, I really never think about it. But I sure did before I became their daughter. When I was at the orphanage, I remember when I was a little girl when we'd get depressed. Grandma could always cheer us up. She'd take out her dentures and she'd take a healthy swig from the aquarium. And then she'd put a flashlight under her chin and we could watch the goldfish swim from cheek to cheek.
Rebecca, what a surprise.
Look at you. And you used to yell at me for wearing halter tops. Mama, I just got a job interview and I really need you to babysit for Aurora.
By the parents.
Is that what's bothering you, Sophia? Nobody asked your permission?
It's the Italian tradition. What do you think Fiddler on the Roof was about?
That's a Jewish musical.
What do you mean Jewish? I remember there was Enzo Stuardi, Dom DeLuise.
Rose, I don't think you are up to this.
Now, where were we?
Name.
Rose Nyland. No, I'm fine. Oh, here, Sophia, just sign this. I'll fill it in later. It's a standard consent form, releasing the hospital.
Wine. Worth a shot.
I have to give back the $25?
Yes.
I don't think that's fair.
Then give me 10 and get out of here. Well, what are y'all looking at? All right, maybe I don't have a date. Maybe my date took one look at me and said he'd rather die. It's all right.
Is everyone all right?
Oh, everyone's fine. We just had a little accident.
Well, we didn't have a little accident. Lily had a little accident.
Blanche, please.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm not used to your stove.
Maybe you shouldn't have been cooking on it, darling. Well, somebody could have gotten hurt.
I said I was sorry. It was an accident.
Popularity contest. Well, I have news for you. Today, your worst nightmare happens. Today, I make you look bad.
You hate me because I'm beautiful, don't you?
There's a man leaving in 10 minutes. Be under him.
Oh, well, I've done a little matchmaking.
Blanche, not again.
Yes, again. Now, you are 45 years old. You've been single almost 2 years. Well, both Dorothy and I know how much fun the single life is. Many's the night Dorothy has sat here alone in this room watching me go out on dates.
I finally got my membership card from the Shoppers Warehouse store.
Gloria at the museum shops there, but don't you have to buy everything in large quantities?
So what? They give you great bargains. Well, look at this. If you buy 10 boxes of adult diapers, they're only $8 a box.
Ma, you don't wear diapers.
A lot of my friends do.
Gotta go.
Wait a minute. Where are you going? I thought you were staying till the end of the week.
Well, I just got a call for a gig in New Orleans, and this time I don't have to wear a tie.
Good luck to you, sweetheart. And you call me when you get there.
I will.
I'm not saying I want her to go to prison. I'm saying if she goes to prison, we have the theme for the party.
Girls, do I have news for you?
Rose, where have you been?
Trying to get hold of the fire inspector who inspected Shady Pines. I just wanted to double check that there wasn't anything wrong with the building.
They're almost as far off on your age as you are. I wonder how this could have happened.
I know how it happened because I know who took that picture. Chugga Dietz, the obituary editor. I never dreamed when I dropped him he'd be so vindictive. 68! Can you believe that? 68!
You can't stay.
Why, you're embarrassed by your own mother?
When she's dressed like Vasco da Gama, yes.
Excuse me, am I in the right place?
Oh, wow, are you ever?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Patrick Vaughan.
Little monster's gonna be here in a minute. Oh.
Hi, I'm Bob Henderson. This is my son, Norman.
Well, hi, Norman. My name is Rose. You ready to have some fun?
Yes, ma'am.
Here's a list of Norman.
Ourselves down here and have a little bubbly. You know what goes great with champagne? Me.
We seem to be missing a chair, Blanche.
Oh, yeah, so we are. Well, let's see what I can do to fix it.
Memories, I'll cherish them always.
Stan, ciao.
Oh, you're back from your session.
He is sleeping in the day because he has 4 women who won't let him sleep at night. Now, who went in there last night? Was it you?
Well, I went in once.
Why?
I'd been working. I hadn't seen him all day.
And was he sleeping?
At first?
This has got to stop. No wonder that baby didn't sleep.
I think you're probably looking for Dr. Rosenzweig. But if you ever want a discount on life insurance, call me.
Oh, boy, do I need a cup of coffee.
What's the matter?
Oh, this whole Lillian thing. The woman would... I called.
I canceled.
What do you mean?
We are not giving away Fluffy, Muffy, Buffy, and Joanne.
Rose, they are non-breeding minks who eat their weight in food every day, Joanne.
We are not giving them away, Dorothy. I mean, this is their home
They
now.
eat their weight in food every day?
When I'm depressed, so do I.
You what?
It was a joke.
A joke.
That's a terrible joke.
Awful.
You can't joke about a thing like that.
God, Rose.
Well, I'm sorry.
I believed her.
I was set to go to her hanging.
Some joke.
I'll just leave the kids with Stan's mother.
Over my dead body. That gorilla scares the children. Your Michael didn't sleep for a week after he saw her the last time.
Mom, that is enough. One way or another, I'm going to earn that money for the television set.
Sophia, would you just tell us so your husband can enjoy his meal in peace?
Tell me what?
Thing to hear snickering when you walk down the aisle, but me and White, even I couldn't keep a straight face. Okay, Rose, come on, take the picture. I gotta hand it to you, Blanche. I never thought you'd fit into that thing. Well, all the pain and torture were worth it. George would be...
My bullhorn. Oh, this is the only thing I have left from my one day as a mountain rangerette. Hey, you! Get out of the pass. This is avalanche country.
What about this? You still want this old camera?
Where did you find that? That was Charlie's camera. And it's
bad news.
Oh, that's eerie. I had the same feeling.
my Aunt Gretchen in Fort Lauderdale died.
Oh, honey,
Rose.
I'm sorry. Were you close to your Aunt Gretchen?
No, I couldn't stand her. I'd make you some nice hot milk, and then we're going to pile you into bed.
Rose, you're my friend, so I'm going to let you read a few pages, but you have to give me your word you won't tell anyone. Your word.
Of course, and then will you sleep?
Whatever. I can trust you. I know I can. You're from Minnesota.
I'm not buying that. Dorothy uses Chanel No. 5 all the time, and she never attracts men.
What about this painted rock that you put under my bed?
Oh, thank God you found it. This is very special to me.
Here, Rose, what do you think of Cheryl Teague's nose?
Oh, very nice. Kind of small. Grandpa Nyland always said, the air is free. You might as well have a big honker and suck up as much as you can. Of course, Grandpa Nyland looked like he'd caught a boomer.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Blanche, I'll be fine. Now, listen, honey, while I'm gone, I'm putting you in charge of Mom.
Me? Why me, not Rose?
Rose couldn't keep our rock garden alive. What, I'm going to give her my mother?
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, as for instructions, Ma's to be... What?
My sister's dying.
What? Dying. She's dying.
Oh, my God, Blanche! I didn't even know you were sick.
Not Blanche, her sister.
Oh, thank God.
Good for you, Rose.
I think I'll just go to my room, take a couple of aspirin, turn out the lights, and wait for the voices. We may not agree with the fishermen, but we want this demonstration to be peaceful, in the tradition of, you know, the short, bald Indian fellow with the glasses and the diapers. You know, the one who didn't eat and won an Oscar.
Already been written.
Well, if it's any consolation, they do it all the time on Mr. Belvedere.
Well, my dream is crushed. I always wanted to be rich and famous, and now it's not going to happen.
I know a poem that might help. It goes, never ever give up your dreams, even when they're...
Stop here. This isn't stuff. This is my life.
Well, why are you bringing your life into our living room?
There have been some robberies in Rocco's building, and he asked me to store his valuables.
Yeah, but Ma, we don't have enough space for this stuff.
Don't worry, I have plenty of space in my room. Come on, Rocco.
And listen, when the two of you go in there, I want you to leave.
I can't even reach mine.
Sophia, have you all had a chance to catch up on old times?
Yeah, Angela filled me in on how all my friends and family back home are doing.
Gonna miss her, aren't we, Jake? We're gonna miss her, aren't we, boy?
Mr. Hubbard, I know it's a lot to ask at a time like this, but I've been finding it a bit much, you know, worrying about water bowls and morning walks and all. Be a Hollingsworth in law, everybody will be related but me.
Now that's what I call family planning.
It's not funny. Did anybody ever stop to think how all this makes me feel?
Well, all right, Rose, how does it make you feel?
To be honest, a little bit like Mr. Snuffles.
And baggies for me to bring back hors d'oeuvres. You're wearing a girdle.
Yeah, padded shoulders. Is my head sweating?
No. Stan, the reason I came...
Is the wedding still on?
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't it be?
He's right. Why wouldn't it be? Dorothy, come on, let's go powder our noses before the ceremony.
Step-
You naughty boy. When was the last time somebody gave you a spanking?
Vegas.
Come on, Blanche, we don't want to be late. Oh, darn, I keep forgetting I'm not supposed to speak English. Being bilingual really gets me confused.
Ziploc bags get you confused.
I've decided that last night was a bigger disappointment than losing Butter Queen. Do you want to know why?
No.
Meg, come in.
You see, that's exactly why Rose didn't want to tell you. You are overly critical. You know, I think that's the thing I like least about you.
Oh, you know the thing I like least about you? You are loud and overbearing.
Well, you know what I like least about both of you? You're always telling me what to do.
Oh, shut up, Rose.
From the Elvis Presley fan club. Oh, my hands are shaking. Dorothy, you read it.
Dear Rosen Island, your application to start an unauthorized chapter of the Elvis Presley Hunka Hunka Burning Love fan club in your neighborhood and/or trailer park has been accepted.
This is the happiest, most fulfilling day of my life.
Ma, this is serious surgery.
Surgery is the easy part. The tough part is after. Who's going to take care of you?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
Well, think about it. You live alone and no one likes you.
Be nice, Ma.
You'll come here to recover.
Not that nice, Ma.
I think I got one.
Where?
Past the lifeguard stand.
Bald guy about 20 yards out?
Yeah? Yeah, watch his face. Huh? Am I right? That lighthearted laughter. That devil-may-care attitude.
Sophia, when was Dorothy ever like that?
Never. I've been asking her these questions since she's 12.
Dorothy, you can't help it if you're dull and boring. God did that to give the world some variety. Otherwise, everybody'd be just like me.
You know, I don't know what happened. We got in the car, we were going to my place. Well, she wanted to go to my place. And then she didn't want to go to my place, and the next thing I know, we were headed for the airport.
Oh, that is low. Not only do you take advantage of her, but you take her to the one area in town that has the cheapest motel rates.
I'd better go change. Blanche, what should I wear?
Well, if you're going to keep both feet on the floor, something you can pull off over your head.
They drop like flies around me. Mrs. Nyland, you're not responsible for the death of my husband. I'll never date again.
You will.
I won't. I can't.
In time, you'll forget this.
Never.
I promise you.
It's so down the champagne in one gulp. And it didn't go down smoothly. Later, Stan told me that he put my engagement ring in the bottom of the glass. We're both asleep. Why are you just getting in?
Because the justice system in America is an imperfect and sluggish piece of antiquated machinery.
We were in the slammer.
Our cute little pal stole some money.
Dorothy?
What is this, the Spanish Inquisition? Look, I don't have to defend myself. If I want to see Glenn, I'll see Glenn.
Dorothy. Dorothy.
Well, that's that. Let's eat. I'm starved.
Like me. No wonder I can't concentrate. I need a break. I need a change of scenery. I need to hit Wally's bar for ladies' night. I'll See y'all later. Don't you girls wait up.
Hold it, Blanche. I don't think you should go anywhere till you finish your homework.
Oh, I'll just be gone a few hours.
We'll get right back here.
I count, but at least I want my turn at bat.
Well, I have to admit I'm somewhat interested and a little bit curious and suddenly now quite nervous.
Maybe it's not meant to be with your grandmother wandering around.
She has a bus pass.
I can have Andy drive her. Come here.
Blanche, stop, Blanche! You're out of control.
Oh, my God. Oh, Rose, honey, I'm sorry. Oh, what did I just do?
Yes. Honey, we know dieting is hard.
You killed Mrs. Claxton 2 days ago. I mean, she died 2 days ago. Well, Rose knows she didn't do anything. She's just upset. Rose, go to her funeral, have a good cry. You'll feel a lot better.
There isn't going to be a funeral. Mrs. Claxton didn't have any friends or relatives.
At 8:05. Excuse me.
Hello? Oh, Helgi. So what's going on in St. Olaf? I can't
Of course, there was a big kickoff party at Giuseppe's beach house, and everyone came. Coincidentally, this was also the night his wife Rosa hit her sexual peak.
Ma, I am in here because of guilt. This is not a story about guilt.
Gosh, it's Tudor the Magnificent Tiger.
Oh, I've been thinking about him ever since you told us that fable. You know how it is when you just can't get something out of your head?
Oh, yeah, water's the worst. That's why I always wear earplugs when I
On time. Boy, you're pretty young. What brings a guy like you up here?
A lunatic. I'm a police officer, see? I was working a political rally at the Civic Center when this madman pulls out a revolver and he starts blasting away from the roof. I took a bullet pulling a baby carriage out of the line of fire. How about you?
Same.
My rear tires have less pressure in them.
I'm ready.
The moon is hanging awful low in the sky tonight, is
he? I'm as confused as all of you. All I know is he had that satchel with him when he went to the bank this morning.
Sophia, maybe you better tell us exactly what happened.
When we got to the bank, he told me to keep the motor running. And 5 minutes later, he ran out at top speed.
And did you ever think of asking him why he was running?
No, the man is taking diuretics for a prostate.
In the end, anyhow, what's it matter?
Yeah. I mean, what does it matter? If you know that you're going to end up dying anyway, you might as well do what you want to do.
Like having ice cream on the chocolate cake.
You know, I knew someone who went to this fabulous restaurant in Paris and just had watercress for lunch.
For Louis the Ice Pick.
Ma, you said Charles de Gaulle.
Yeah, right. I slept with Charles de Gaulle. I could have been the first lady of France, but I married your father instead. A man who cleaned his toenails with a shrimp fork.
Then what, Blanche? Dog years?
I'm Blanche. I'm Dorothy's roommate. Would you get the door?
Dorothy's told me a great deal about you.
Well, she seems to have left out one.
Little guard dog. I'm here for the audition.
Forget it. You force your way into the show every year, and every year it's a total disaster. You can't sing, you can't dance, you can't tell jokes. I'm sorry, you can't be in the show.
You can't be in the show. You can't be in the show. Who are you, Ricky Ricardo?
Difficult to hear, but you're probably right.
I knew you were a quack. If you were a legitimate shrink, you would have strung us along for months.
What?
My sister's dying.
What? Dying. She's dying.
Oh, my God, Blanche! didn't even know you were sick.
Not Blanche, her sister.
Oh, thank God.
Happy. You're the one that's not happy, Mama. You're doing it again. You'll tell me how to live my life. What do you mean? Nothing's ever enough for you. It wasn't enough that I was pretty. I had to be the prettiest. Or that I was popular. I had to be the most popular. Or that I was bright. I had to be the brightest.
Well, that didn't mean you had to run out and become the fattest. The balls of sunshine in a bag. Does this mean something?
Those are egg yolks, Blanche.
My brain's gone. My body is limp with exhaustion.
Dorothy?
Miles.
Look, Dorothy, about the kiss.
What kiss? I didn't see a kiss. Was there a kiss?
No. And neither of us must speak of it, because it never really happened.
At least it wouldn't have if you hadn't started up with me.
Me? I did no such thing.
Blanche, has anyone seen today's paper?
Oh, I think Sophia left it out on the lanai. Oh, just in time. Rose, would you fetch the paper? Okie dokie.
Seems like you've gotten more comfortable giving Rose things to do.
Oh, well, deep down it still saddens me, but I think psychologically it's very important to Rose. I'm just careful.
Not talking about anything special. The subject of aliens never came up.
Well, I can give you something to talk about. My date tonight, which turned out to be the most humiliating evening I've ever spent in my entire life.
So, what are we talking?
He's 97. We're both very relieved. The catheter's no fun.
So, what do you think?
I think I'd be thrilled if I could pee at his age.
What about our marriage? I'm worried about us.
What are you talking about? We're great.
I don't think we're great.
There was nothing else to do. It was either that or watch Three Amigos with a headset.
Well, I am going to forget all about this while soaking in a nice warm tub.
Me too.
Rose, we only have one tub.
I get the deep end.
Face it, nobody has more fun with each other than we do. You remember that night on the beach when I pretended my hand was a big old sand crab crawling up your thigh? We wrapped ourselves up in that big old blanket, and you just about jumped out of your skin when I showed you that Savannah twister.
Rose, what are you doing?
I'm trying to lure that UFO back with a flashlight and a pie pan. I read an article once in the St. Olaf Time that says this is the best way to do it.
To hell with this town. Come away with me.
But Biff, you're a drifter. How can I just pull up stakes and run off with you?
Please reconsider.
Tell is going to change my mind.
Not even the one we could tell your father about how his car got dented while you were doing wheelies and not while it was sitting in the parking lot?
You wouldn't do that, would you?
Hey, she's your grandmother. Has she ever lied to you? It's a no money. If he still wants to come in, he just wants to see me naked.
Hello. I'm Dr. Clayton. I'm here to see Sophia Petrillo.
Oh, please, please, come right in. I'm Dorothy, Sophia's daughter, and I usually look much better. This is my friend Rose.
I think they should name it after you. Zbornak syndrome.
Zbornak syndrome. That sounds like a chess move. Devereaux's disease has a nice ring to it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it was just a thought.
It's him. Who? I can't believe it.
I saw him first, too. Rose, if we can convince Pepe just to show up there and get knocked out, everybody will get what they want.
Well, what if he won't go along with that? We'll talk him into it. There's no shame in taking a dive. In Sicily, it's a time-honored tradition.
Butch is right, Dorothy. Barbara is not very nice. I mean, she looks down on everybody except you, and that's only because you look up to her.
Oh, come on, now that is ridiculous,
You
Rose.
just don't notice how she uses her intelligence to make everybody else look stupid. Like tonight at supper when she asked us to pass the salt in Latin. Oh, I think she cares more about words.
I'll see you girls in the locker room.
Vaughn, she's not serious.
Never has been, never will be.
Okay, then you'll need new gym bags, water bottles, vitamin packs, and most importantly, a sports training bra to minimize jiggle and bounce.
Yvonne, honey, I think you're missing the whole point of having breasts.
We'll take them.
I've got to make my peace, and I need some peace to do it.
I'll be quiet.
Thank you.
Here are your beads, Ma. I found them in a can of peanut brittle.
Of course, that's where I keep them.
The paramedics.
Do I have lipstick on my teeth? What?
Honey, lean over a mirror sometime and take a look at yourself.
Where's a mirror?
There's one in the tool drawer.
I think you better take a sedative before you look.
Don't be silly. I look at my face all the time. How different could it be leaning over? Oh, my God!
It's getting hot in here.
Oh, why did this have to happen? Just when I meet someone that I feel I have a future with, Ken does this. I mean, I know I should be more supportive, but
So 90 years old, he gets naked and goes off down the street, right past these two old ladies, Carlotta and Maria. Maria turns to Carlotta and says, "What the hell was that?" And Carlotta says, "I don't know, but whatever it was, it sure needs ironing."
Wonderful man.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, that's really the reason I've come here.
Oh?
My friends in Atlanta read in the papers where you'd be selling off his things here in Miami. And before you did, there's something I'd like to ask you for.
The Bible?
No, thanks. I don't drink.
Could we have a word with you for just a moment? There's something we'd like to discuss.
Gonna wait till later, Blanche. Right now, I got a few things on my mind.
Like that big sucker over in the other corner?
It's right at the top of the list.
we want to talk about your fight strategy.
You, dear?
Oh, Tony. Oh, Angela. Oh, boy, who is that woman?
Oh, this woman. Oh, she's my cleaning lady.
What?
A new and fascinating friend. Oh, thank you so much. I'm really touched. Look, why don't I go ahead and get the coffee and let the three of you get to know each other?
Barbara, that is such a stunning brooch. Wherever did you get it?
Oh, I was in Morocco working on a novel, not to mention a dashing young Moroccan.
Ah!
Is it safe? Come in. Ma's at the drugstore. Come in, but make it quick.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, let's go. I really feel so terrible about running out on Ma like that.
I don't.
Hey, give it a ring.
Hello, Mrs. Bornak. My name is Dr. Ravel.
Oh, hello.
I'm here to tell you that Dr. Ashton won't be able to perform your surgery tomorrow. He's been subpoenaed in a malpractice suit.
And one little girl wet her pants. That girl in the puddle was me. I have never told that to another living soul, Rose. You see, I thought I had overcome...
Woman was in the mirror. I didn't even recognize her.
Who was it?
It was me.
Oh, Rose.
Gotcha.
Dorothy, how did this start? Cole Porter?
Gershwin.
Thank God I came in time.
We've certainly had some good times, haven't we, girls?
Yes, we have. And we'd like to have more. So would you please leave?
Boy, understand none.
I'll start loading the car.
Don't take any of that. That's the pile I'm keeping here.
All of this?
Well, I can't part with those things. They're all so special to me.
What's so special about this?
Oh, look.
That. Maybe I didn't show it. I'm not an affectionate person. But you are. Don't tell your sister and keep the silver.
Okay.
You know, I'll probably see your father in heaven. I haven't seen him in 30 years. I wish there was time to get my hair done.
No, I meant that for $10,000, I might try my hand at lyric writing. I mean, maybe we could, team up.
You mean music by Rose Nyland, lyrics by Dorothy's Bornat?
Well, why not? I mean, we could be the next Rodgers and Hammerstein, the next Simon and Garfunkel. It's been a long time. Yeah, well, after 2 years, I figured you weren't coming back. Now, I'll tell you, the reason I'm calling you, Kate is getting married. Yes, married. Yes, in a few days. And I'm giving her a little wedding here in Miami, and I wanted to invite you. Can you come? You accept you.
I'm sorry, Dorothy, what'd you say? I thought I had established eye contact with one of the guys in the rhythm section.
Well, hello again.
Where's Rose?
Like Ralph Zalden, the boy whose underpants you turned into a hat yesterday after school.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Barnack, but Ralph Zalden's a geek.
Oh, a student pays attention, works hard, gets good grades. Does that make him a geek?
No, that makes him a dork.
Do not have a date.
So what? I don't have a date either.
What's your point?
So, what do you want to do tonight?
I guess we could be constructive and clean our closets.
We could go to a movie.
Except, of course, when they were institutionalized. It's just so awful. But you're a man, you wouldn't understand.
What wouldn't I understand?
Well, you don't get old and lose your appeal the way women do. Look at Mr. Cary Grant. Now, he can have any woman he wants, and he's...
All right. One group hug, and let's hit the road.
Oh, sweet, honey.
Now, Sophia, remember, found money is supposed to be spent on something frivolous, something you would never buy for yourself.
What are you gonna get, underwear?
You see, Grandma was the nurse who pumped his stomach, but she was new and she attached the nozzle to the wrong place. Next thing you know, they were engaged.
Well, I don't care what's in this. It's worth a try. I'll do anything to get Norman's attention.
Yeah, well, if you get
Oh, I don't think so. You see, I've bowled with Blanche before. Maybe this isn't the best time to mention it, but when the chips are down, Blanche chokes. Don't you, sweetheart?
Eat chalk, Nyland.
You go get 'em, Blanche. Difficult to hear, but you're probably right.
I knew you were a quack. If you were a legitimate shrink, you would have strung us along for months.
Ma, that is a mean, underhanded, despicable thing to do.
So was World War II. We're talking about Mussolini.
Ma.
Is it morning already?
No. I just wanted to ask you a question.
What?
How would you react if you were told that one of your kids was gay?
Your brother Phil is gay? I knew it. When he was a kid, we couldn't keep him away from those gladiator movies.
Shrink, that chicks really eat that stuff up. Anyway, Catherine and I fell in love, and on the spur of the moment, we decided to get married. The wedding is a week from tonight, and you're all invited. I talked to the kids. They said they're going to try and fly in. Well, I gotta go now. I'm on my way to surprise Catherine with this.
Thing like this, Rose. Ma, I think it's time that you explained all this nonsense about getting married.
It's not nonsense.
And we're gonna do it right away.
Look, Dorothy, I know that you'll probably find it hard to understand.
At Doug's wake, people got up and said wonderful things about him. But he wasn't there to hear it. I don't want that to happen to me. I want to hear how people feel about me. I want to be there to listen as they salute my grace, my wit, my inner beauty.
Ma, writers cost money.
No, thank you. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Joe, I need a price check on some condoms. These three ladies here want a couple of boxes of the King George prophylactics.
I already lost 1 pound.
In your dreams.
I'm talking about Rose. She has to find a job. She's been out of work for over a week.
I am really sorry about this, girls. It won't happen again. Now, come on, we can all go back.
No. Wait, Rose, sit down. Move over. Move over. Now, listen.
As well as I get along with those kids, they need you. They're growing up without you, Richard, and it's hurting them. And right now, the most important thing should be the children. Not getting married. And not Gresham on the coast. And not trying to squeeze in a week for a honeymoon. Oh.
I pointed out that a frown is just a smile turned upside down. So from then on, whenever I'd go by, she'd stand on her head and
No, I want to do cartwheels for 6 miles. Get your keys, let's roll.
Here are Mrs. Nyland's things.
Oh, darling, put them right here. Thank you.
I can't believe she's giving away this teddy bear. I wish I could afford to buy him at the sale.
You like him?
I think he's the cutest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
Well, then I'm going to give
directions and put it on his linguine instead of in his ear.
I guess if you're an idiot with a hearing problem, you do things like that.
As it turns out,
Song, and I want you to hear it.
Listen, Daddy, I want to talk to you about this singing
It's
thing.
been just wonderful, honey. I love singing. Now, I know I'm just getting started, and I got a lot to learn, but the audiences will come around. I'll do just fine.
You know, you're talking about this singing like it's some kind of career.
Well, it is. Now, see what you think of this.
I've got to get to Miles.
Boy, it must be pouring. Yeah, except for one thing. Dreyfus came home this afternoon.
Holy cow.
Well, don't worry, just take that dog back to the pet shop.
I can't. The pet shop's closed till Monday.
Out on the lanai?
Oh, now that you mention it, Blanche, no, there isn't.
Rose, you remember our signal when I want you to leave?
You wouldn't hit me in front of company. Come on, Arnie.
I'm winning on the snare drum. I was agreeing.
Blanche, how was the concert?
It is amazing how music that loud can be so boring.
And Miles?
Oh, even more boring than the music. All he did all night was talk about you. How sweet Rose is. How
We all thought everybody was looking for a rowboat.
Rose, there's something I have to tell you, something I should have told you from the start.
What, Ernie? What's wrong?
Well, I was sort of hoping this weekend, this romantic setting might help.
George, please, I've had enough surprises for one day.
Blanche, faking my death was a mistake. For the last 9 years, every day without you has seemed longer than the one before. Now, you just say the word and I'll go back where I came from, but...
So what do you do for a living? Bill? Bill? Oh, who cares?
May I have your attention, please? We'd like to get started.
Cindy Lou Peoples? You look incredible. Well, thank you. You remember our Korean...
Actually, I just got off the phone with Phil's wife. She's back, poor thing.
But poor thing?
She's in a state of shock. She found out she couldn't do any better than Phil. Not exactly a storybook romance, but an ending's an ending, and there you have it.
Oh, we're so glad you decided to stay, honey.
Oh, Sophia, when we thought you were leaving, we started talking.
Is Adolf Hitler.
Where's my history book? Is this the man we're talking
Yes,
about?
that is Adolf Hitler.
You can call him whatever you want, but that's Fritz Stickelmeyer. I'm as sure of that.
Hours are over, ladies. Everybody will have to leave. Well, where do you think you're going?
You said everybody.
Get back in bed.
Take care, darling.
Oh, bye-bye. Good night, pussycat.
We see you first thing in the morning, honey.
I hope I can say the same thing.
Gary. So I don't know what to do. I mean, I tried to convince Myra that he's just a friend, but she wouldn't listen. For some reason, she won't accept a divorce. I really feel threatened.
Oh, please, that's no threat. Where I come from, when someone wanted to make a point, they tie a string around your finger. Well, come to think about it.
Seeing him push those little pigs around in a baby carriage. Getting hit with a bucket of confetti anytime you want. And sitting up there in the stands, watching him sweep that spotlight into a little circle and thinking, that's my man.
You couldn't slip through your fingers now if you used a shoehorn.
Oh, my God.
Blanche?
Ham, just look at you.
What else can we look?
Dorothy.
This isn't an ordinary hockey stick. Bobby Hull used this. This is a piece of history.
It's a piece of junk. And the price tag says $4.
$4.50.
I'll take it.
Okay, but listen, before you go, come into the house with me. I'll show you the kind of wood oil that I use there.
Why? What happened?
They fired me. And it's all her fault.
Fired you? How could they fire Mr. Terrific?
How? I'll tell you how. The newly hired...
Unless the lesbian sheds, that I don't know.
Jean.
Dorothy!
Oh, honey, it is so good to see you.
Sophia! Oh, you haven't aged a bit. You look great.
Hi, Rose. Tell me, did you get a chance to play around with those lyrics I gave you?
Yeah, listen to this.
Hey, that sounds great. Let's take it from the top.
From the top. Oh, that sounds so
I'm upset about Dorothy and Blanche.
Oh, me too. Who'd believe that they'd break up their friendship over a man?
It happens.
What can we do?
Nothing.
Well, I'll always remember last night as a very special evening.
It was. It was a very special evening. And that's why I'm going to keep that deep, dark secret about yourself that you told me strictly between the two of us.
Sophia, isn't that obscene?
No, they mean good health, have a nice day, and would you like to squeeze my concertina?
Dorothy, I don't understand. You spent the whole afternoon together and he still didn't ask you out. What did you do wrong?
Who didn't ask you out, Dorothy?
You got a phone book?
Frankly,
Passionate and virtually interchangeable.
you know, Rose is right. Every year at this time, you start robbing the crate. Hey, wait a minute. By any chance, does somebody have a birthday coming up?
All right, yes, damn it. It's almost my birthday. And I intend to forget all about...
Very different experience from when Stan and I were together. Here she is.
Well, what happened? How was it?
What?
What, you had a terrible time?
You had a wonderful time.
Honey, tell us what happened.
Arnie. I slept with him.
And?
Doctor said. Tell her what the doctor...
Ma's fine, okay?
And?
I need a hearing aid, all right? I took the test just to show her there was nothing to it, and turns out I...
Before we adjourn, our secretary has a real special surprise. A genuine Elvis artifact.
It's a partially eaten pork chop. He had beautiful teeth, didn't he? Make a pact that we'll always take care of each other, that we'll never desert each other no matter what.
You can count on me,
But
honey.
you think it's going to be that easy getting rid of me, Rose? That was rhetorical, Rose. Oh, but what a comforting thought, knowing you'll never be alone.
And listen, what the...
Oh, girls, don't look.
Michael Zbornak, you get out of that bed right now.
Believe me, Mom, I'd like to. But in light of the fact that my clothes are hanging on the doorknob, I don't think it's such a good idea.
Oh, my God, they're naked. Litter of Snellmations.
You know, Rose, sometimes I wish somebody had turned the hose on your parents.
Oh,
Fuck me.
you do this for free.
Then be grateful. Anything happening?
Yeah, we got 3 in surgery, 2 in x-ray, and you have to deliver these on your break.
In your dreams. I'm a sunshine lady, not a teamster. Now get the hell out of here and let me do my work.
Rocco did admit he robbed a bank.
It's my fault. He thought the only way he could keep me was if he had money to buy me expensive things. I gotta convince him to turn himself in. If he doesn't, I'll go to the police myself. It's the last time I let a man toy with my...
Get out of my house! Get out of my life!
Dorothy, what about the order? We can get into a lot of trouble here. We could even wind up in jail.
Good. I want you to go to jail. And I want a big, bald convict named Bubba to pick you for his girlfriend.
Dorothy, you don't mean...
Ma, you okay?
Fine, I'm just trying to make Rose go away.
Whose theory states a young man becomes intimate with his mother to get revenge on his father?
Well, I don't know who said it, but adults can do whatever they want to.
Not necessarily. Adults aren't allowed to ride the little horsey in front of the A&P. What are you still doing, Arnie?
Oh, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd...
What, nice talking to you? Hi, Rose.
Rose, I didn't know you were home.
Oh, my flight got canceled.
Do you realize this is the first time the three of us have been together in 2 weeks? Hey, I have a great idea. Why don't I whip us roomies up a great big fancy dinner?
Oh, sorry, Rose. I've already got plans.
So do I. See you later.
Look, Rose,
I'm not going to let you do that. I've been doing a lot of thinking. And if after all the years of love and companionship, Fernando and I are meant to part company, I'll just have to accept that. Time to time, life deals you an unfriendly hand. There's nothing you can do about it. I guess there's a lesson to be learned here.
Always wanted to try new things, see new places. But before I had a chance to do something like hop a tramp steamer, I met up with a lady by the name of Elizabeth Ann Bennett. She had the cutest little smile, tiniest button nose, and the most incredible.
You didn't have to do that.
Hope you like it. It's very popular in Minnesota. It's a maple syrup, honey, brown sugar, molasses, Rice Krispie long. One for each of you.
How sweet. How incredibly sweet.
Come on now, we've got to get you two set.
Department store in Fort Lauderdale, and a condominium in Orlando, a baseball team in Tampa, and I think one of the Landa sisters.
But what were you going to tell him? What if he hadn't backed out?
Oh, what difference does that make now? The important thing is we're staying together.
You were going to sell, weren't you?
Damn straight. News.
Oh, what?
Oh, he told me he was married.
Besides that, Blanche.
Oh, well, he was a little concerned because my pulse was slow and misbehaving. Rose, those pants, not with those shoes.
Blanche, the doctor.
Oh, you know.
News. They're sending me back.
Oh, Mario, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Oh, it's so unfair. I can't believe it. But listen, this doesn't mean that we're going to have to give up. We're going to fight this. There are legal ways to keep you in this country, and tomorrow morning we're going to find out.
Been working since 1904. Besides, they have a category for people over 80.
I think it's a terrific idea.
Maybe we ought to join.
We already did.
What did you say?
I said we already did.
Rose, I work all week. The last thing I want to do is walk 10 miles on a Saturday.
We won't be walking. We're going to sit.
Oh, honey, don't be silly. Jake knows I care for him, but our relationship can only go so far. Now, he knows that as well as I do. That's probably him. Hi, honey.
Hi, sweetheart.
I want to enjoy being with my favorite niece. No.
Okay, how about this one? What was the name of the informant who Crockett and Tubbs accidentally set up in the Cool Running episode? There's no way.
That was Noogie, better known on the street as the Noog Man.
I'm a good speller, and I'm very prompt, and well, actually, there's no law that says it has to be 3.
Actually, I just thought of a third one. I can snap a friend's neck like a twig.
I guess variety is the spice of life.
My Charlie never cheated on me. I think it was because the divorce laws were so stringent in St. Olaf. The wife gets to keep everything that doesn't ferment. Sandwich afterwards.
Oh, yeah. I guess sex and food are a big part of our lives. In fact, just recently, last summer or last spring, it's so hard to remember which.
Why does it have to be so hard?
The hardest part for me was explaining to my...
Do you think you can find out why I was left on this elevator?
You were just left here? What's your name?
Read it yourself. Right here on the bracelet.
Zulu, Queen of the Dwarf People.
Petrillo's the name. Sophia Petrillo. Can you get your father again?
No, you feeling okay?
I'll live. Listen, I'm sorry if I scared you.
Oh, honey, don't worry about it. I'm just thrilled that you're okay, and because I'm happy that, you know, I'm your favorite.
What are you talking about, favorite?
We're going to jail.
I believe you, Counselor. I believe you. Just proceed. Make it quick.
Your Honor, this may be my very last appearance before the bar. Would you indulge?
April morning. Oh, well, you ought to talk all fresh, scrubbed, and rosy cheeked like a country parson at a September hoedown.
Why do I get the feeling they had a maid named Honeybee when they grew up?
Come on in, Clayton. I want you to meet my best friends, Dorothy and Rose.
Nice to meet you, Clayton.
Forgive me, Rose, but I haven't had sex in 15 years and it's starting to get on my nerves. So, Big Shot, did you get the tickets?
Can't you say hello first?
Hello, Big Shot, did you get the tickets?
Look, Ma, don't start with me.
Well, it's a very critical time for Mr. Zbornak, but with proper care, there's absolutely no reason he won't be as good as new within 3 months.
Did you say 3 months? Ma, he said 3 months.
Each other. It'll help you to cope.
Maybe you're right. Maybe this is just what I need.
Oh, yeah. Good for you, Dorothy.
Of course, breaking the news will not be easy.
Want my advice? Wait a couple of hours before you do. Stuff like this could put a real damper on happy hour.
Gotta go.
Wait a minute. Where are you going? I thought you were staying till the end of the week.
Well, I just got a call for a gig in New Orleans, and this time I don't have to wear a tie.
Good luck to you, sweetheart. And you call me when you get there.
I will.
Caller in the middle of the afternoon.
Oh, he's not a gentleman caller. He's a veterinarian. He was here to see Baby.
Oh. How is Baby Doc?
I read in Newsweek they ran him out of Haiti.
How is Baby?
Not very well, I'm afraid. I don't think he has much time left.
What is our absolute limit?
Next, we have Community Property by Jasper de Kimmel. This is a small piece, but certainly one which will be worth many times its current value someday.
Like tomorrow.
Keeping a secret just isn't your strong suit, is it, Rose?
Did I hear someone say you were a doctor?
He's not just a doctor. He happens to be one of the top neurosurgeons in the Midwest.
Get out of here.
He's also heavy into real estate.
No, it's nothing much, really. I just own a few mini malls.
Oh, your wife must be very proud of you. Horrible nets. You still think we were a failure?
You're right. I just wish we could save them all.
You want to do more? Fine, let's go back down to the dock.
Really?
Sure. I know a waterfront bar where a lot of foreign fishermen hang out.
Do you think they'd be... Oh, here, taste this.
What is it?
Oh, it's my special maple syrup, honey brown sugar, molasses, Rice Krispies log.
How practical. A snack you can panel your den with.
Some people put flour in it, but I think that makes it too heavy. My kids always liked it this way.
Well, you know, I don't have a date yet either.
Blanche Devereaux can't find a date?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. My only problem is trying to decide which of my many suitors to flatter with an invitation. After all, it's a social event of the season.
I guess you'll just have to break a few hundred hearts, Blanche.
I know. I haven't had to disappoint so many men.
Now I have Dorothy and Blanche and Sophia to keep me warm. Not just on a cold winter's night, but all year long. Take care of them, God. If anything happened, I just...
Rose, thanks for the lovely prayer.
Dorothy, good grief, there's nothing to worry about. I'm sure he's just trying to hold up his insurance company. There's nothing wrong with that man's back.
How can you tell?
Because I know the crooked walk of man when his back has been injured. I cannot tell you how many men I have seen limp out of my bedroom.
I think it's nice when kids take turns.
Yeah. Blanche, honey, could I see you in the kitchen for a minute?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. I'll be right back, Glenn. I think you'll be okay.
So, Glenn, how come you cheated on your wife?
Wow. Straight to Final Jeopardy, huh?
Girls, don't you just love our hotel?
Oh, it's so much nicer than those big chains. How did you find it, Blanche?
Well, it was in our price range, and it was near the beach, and it had the most men hanging out in the lobby.
I think we better go. We don't want to keep Bert waiting.
Wait a minute now.
A man? You know, a man. No. Yes.
What about your father? You mean you never saw your father?
My father? Oh, no, my father? Oh,
Town.
Where is he taking you?
I'm not allowed to say security reasons.
Ma, none of this is true.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's Julio Iglesias. You satisfied?
We'll make the reservation for 4. She'll tell us the truth when she gets here.
Remember half these photos. I don't remember Brooklyn. I don't even remember you going off to your senior prom.
Ma, I never went to my senior prom.
Actually, I did remember that, but why should I be the only one here to feel like crap?
Ma'am, don't you remember I called you and told you I'd be here?
of course. Of course, Virginia.
No, darling, Virginia couldn't come. I'm Blanche. Here, look. Brought you a little present.
Lace handkerchiefs. My.
Well, you know you always used to...
Gee, I hope Marguerite likes champagne.
Champagne. Don't you think we may be going a little overboard with this?
Dorothy, remember the Crow Man.
Do we have any caviar to go with this champagne?
Oh, that must be... Oh, girls, I'm scared.
Now, just take a deep breath and relax.
I'm busy.
What are you doing?
It's Tuesday night. I'm cleaning out my purse.
Did all that stuff come out of your purse?
No, I was also cleaning out my ears. That's where the phenomen and the rain bonnet came from.
Sophia, why are you in such a bad mood?
Marquis at Caesar's Palace. Rain, Rose.
Where is that idiot Stan? Angela will be here from the airport any minute.
I don't know where he is. You know, Stan's always late. He was even late for our first date.
And then you were late.
Oh, outside on the lanai.
Yes, here we are. We're probably going to sit in these chairs. Rose, why did we do that?
Did it seem odd to you?
Well, yes, a little. But hey, you're the birthday girl.
Toilet paper, the Weston's house. My mom.
Don't worry, she's gone to bed already. Well, did you have a good time tonight?
Oh, it was wonderful. Oh, girls, I cannot tell you how nice it is to be with Stan lately. He's fun and attentive and...
Was paying attention.
Oh, we sure were. Especially Dorothy. She even talked about taking up sculpting.
Really, Dorothy?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said you'd like to help him mold his clay or buff his marble anytime.
Rose, you're such a kidder.
Code.
I still don't understand the problem. He was wearing the dress.
My goodness, you're as cute as Dorothy said you'd be. That never happens.
Well, a lot of my ex-students were surprised that I wasn't older, but they failed to realize I started teaching right out of college. I really wasn't much older than they were.
Left office with the highest popularity rating since FDR. He was more popular than Tammy Baker or Maybelline convention.
I can't believe it. How on earth did he get here?
You know how Alfonso kept talking about his old vaudeville partner? It turns out it was Bob Hope. Isn't that a kick?
Supposed to do. It wasn't some colossal joke, you know. I mean, didn't you think it was a ridiculous thing to do the first time?
No. Well, I certainly didn't wait for my wedding night, honey. I could. It just tortures me to know that there's one man out there, one on the face of God's green earth that I cannot have. Especially if he's fat and bald.
Blanche, forget about it.
I can't forget about it. There's only one thing for me to do.
That's not what I was going to ask you, but
You answered my question anyway.
Why? I don't understand.
I was gonna ask you to marry me.
Your father again.
Well, you feeling okay?
I'll live. Listen, I'm sorry if I scared you.
Oh, honey, don't worry about it. I'm just thrilled that you're okay, and because I'm happy that, you know, I'm your favorite.
What are you talking about, favorite?
Oh. Oh, my.
I would have died if I had ever caught my parents having sex.
What, you never walked in on them?
Once, but they were only playing leapfrog. When you're wearing an evening gown. And the shocker is, I lost out on the intelligence quiz.
Quelle surprise.
Don't I know it? They asked me to name the 7 dwarfs, and I did.
Skipping all through this house, so carefree. I could almost hear her laughing. You know, I can almost feel her spirit here. And if I can feel her spirit here, then why is it so ridiculous that Blanche feels the spirit of her... It's not for me. It's to lure that mud out of my room.
That's okay. I'll get him off. Boy, Aunt Dorothy's certainly a grouch.
Oh, you couldn't sleep either, huh?
No, I guess it must be the knife in my back. You sleep on the right side, and I want to be on the right side.
What the hell is everyone so particular about? In Sicily, 4 in a bed is a treat. It means half your family is on vacation. I slept with my 2 brothers until I was 17. I was engaged to one for a very short period of...
Look, Blanche, what Rebecca is doing is really not so terrible. I mean, look, among the 4 of us, each of us conceived our children in a different way. I was totally unconscious. When I came to, there was Stan, carving a notch in his dashboard.
Announcement to make.
A mess of something. I'll scare us up a mess of something.
Anyway, I've been doing a lot of soul searching, and as long as the family...
On her way, Henny came upon Goosey Lucy. One of the most popular birds in the barnyard.
The most popular.
And the 8th graders are seeing a play today about how to be that popular safely.
Anyway, when Charlie told them that we were going to get married, they forbade it. They said they'd disown him if he married a Kurt
Kleckner by day.
Right. And he'd lose his share of the family tile grout fortune. He didn't care. He told them...
Think this is gonna work?
I don't know. We should just go along with whatever she wants to do. The important thing is to keep Rose's mind occupied.
Hey, give me some lipstick.
Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, I know exactly what you're going through. I can read it in your face.
You can.
Oh, sure. Your husband or your boyfriend dumped you. Oh, honey, don't let it get you down. It's just...
I
am talking about your date, Rose. Who is this secret man you're seeing?
Oh, it's not a secret. His name's Ray. He's a friend of Miles.
You are dating a friend of Miles, you scallywag.
You skunkweed.
What's that mean?
I don't know. What does yours earn? Until I'm back to 99, I'm no longer Sophia Petrillo.
Morning, Dorothy. Morning, Sophia.
Who?
Dorothy, do you realize it's only 2 weeks till Phyllis Strictly's Memorial Day beach party? That means it's only 2 weeks till we have to get back into our bathing suits again. Well, I just slipped into last year's bikini, and I think I look pretty good.
Hey, Dad, I'm gonna get frozen. I read a magazine article on cryogenics. I mean, they freeze you, and then when they find a cure for what you've got, they bring you back to life.
Rose, there is no proof of that working.
Oh, they've had great success with the Arctic beetle.
You have nothing in common. I loved her, and I thought she loved me. And then one day when I was 10 years old, she left. No goodbyes, no explanation, just disappeared. I was devastated. We Southerners don't forget things like that. A sale?
Well, can we get in trouble having a garage sale? I mean, we're not actually selling a garage.
If it's a choice between the two of them, let the blind one make change.
Isn't it a big dance back in St. Olaf to kick off Pretzel Week? My Uncle Gunther, after the great beer nut shortage of 29.
Foul, foul! Send a judge over here. This woman is trying to put us to sleep.
You're just exhausted and you're trying to blame it on me.
Exhausted? I'll show you. That's because you're hooked on these, Rose. But, honey, there's a place for people with this kind of problem.
Please, what is she going to do in the NBA?
Rose, let us call a rehabilitation center for you.
No, I don't. I've got to talk to you.
What is it?
I know this sounds crazy, but I'm suspicious.
Of what?
Harry.
Harry?
And I don't know why. There's just something about it I don't like. And I have to tell Blanche.
Tell Blanche what?
That she can't marry him.
The wedding is in 12 minutes. You can't tell her that.
Well, 3?
Do we hear 4?
Well, that was more like a 10-day, 2-week span.
For me, that's a lifetime span.
Not even.
Do you realize I'll be 65 years old when this child graduates?
I just want to wish you both the best of luck. What harm can it do? Because I'm going to win the award. Why don't you just shut up? Why don't you just shut up?
Why don't you both just shut up?
And now for the moment that you have all been waiting for. The winner of the Best Friend of the Year award is...
And she and my granddaughter Sarah are coming to visit in a couple of days. I've never been so happy.
Janet, isn't she the daughter who hates you?
Well, that didn't last long, did it? Oh, no, she doesn't really hate me, Sophia. We just don't see eye to eye. But now this is my big chance. Girls, you've got to help me. What is something the 3 of us could do together?
Well, I buried them.
What I can't understand is why they didn't take my Chinese vase.
Who would want it?
You know why this happened? Because we're without men.
What?
I don't know what happens or why. All I know is when I had a husband, I didn't worry. Maybe nothing happened to me because I had a...
And for the life of me, I can't imagine why so many people have abandoned it.
Boy, neither can I.
But if you just want to be friends.
No. I mean, can we try again? Maybe start over?
I think I'd like that. Well,
Gerald, to continue seeing you.
Allow me. Mother, this is where it stops.
See what happens? You put sugar in his tea, didn't you?
It is not the sugar, Mother, it's you.
Mama's boy, huh?
This is my life. I'm a grown man, and I am going to love the woman I want to love, whether she meets with your approval or not.
Something else until that 1 second before their accident, and their lives change. Hey, take a look at this guy in the baseball uniform. And I'm still basically that guy.
You certainly do have a nice place here.
Well, I took it because I spent so much time in Miami, and I do hate hotels.
Oh, yeah.
Ma, how dare you?
How dare I what? I was trying to help.
Ma, can you get it through your head that I do not need your help? Now, please, Ma, get off my back.
Who do you think you're talking to? Don't you raise your voice to your mother.
And stop smothering me and give me some space.
Space?
Have any talent for the talent show? The whole thing's going to be a disaster. I'll be the laughing stock of the ladies' auxiliary.
Would it help if I got Bob Hope to be our MC?
How are you going to get Bob Hope?
Easy. He's my father.
No fun being stood up, is it?
Listen, mister, if you're looking for a quick score because you think I'm down, then you can just think again.
As a matter of fact, I was looking for a little sympathy. Got stood up myself tonight.
Really?
Cross my heart. What's left of it.
Much more attractive than most of the women I come in contact with.
Aren't most of the women you come in contact with dead?
What I was talking about is us. Would you consider going out with me?
What about Blanche? You can't catch what Dorothy has.
Well, then it must just be sympathy pains. Ooh.
Blanche, we're going to be late. Now, come on, let's go.
No, I don't think we ought to dance tonight. Rose is just not right now. We ought to be down at that hospital with Dorothy.
Sophia's with her. She's out of surgery and she's fine. Now, come on, let's go.
How is everybody, Angela?
Dead.
Angela and I are the only two left of the original family.
That's terrible, Angela. Does that mean you're all alone back in Sicily?
No, I have a goat. Actually, I lead a very full life. I get up in the morning, I milk the goat, go to a funeral, come back, feed the goat.
See, there is something I can say, and I want to apologize for this story before I begin. Have you ever heard of a little town called St. Olaf?
No.
Perfect. Now, as it was told to me, and I have to admit that I wasn't listening that closely, there was this farmer named Niels Nieblens. I'm telling him off.
I'm telling him off. Well, it's not really fair, because I can hear you.
Dorothy, am I showing too much cleavage?
Yes.
Then I'm ready for him, too.
No, Rose. Hookers.
God, that must mean everybody here is...
Everybody here is under arrest. This is a raid.
And... Oh my God, Dorothy, there it is. The statue.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Oh, I just can't wait to hear that.
Dorothy, I was thinking of a permanent arrangement.
What do you mean?
I want Ma to come live with me. So I asked her to, and she said yes.
Forgot my fish. Fish don't reject you, and fish don't judge you, and fish... You gotta feed fish.
Jimmy, you deserve more.
Yeah, well, I thought I found it, but you dumped me. Boy, I'll bet you've broken hundreds of hearts in your day, huh?
No one deserves that kind of treatment, Dr. Budd. No one. I suspect had I been a man, I might have been taken a little bit more seriously and not told to go to a hairdresser.
Look, I am not going to sit here anymore.
Shut up, Louis.
Merchandise and made us the fall guys.
We have to appear in court at noon tomorrow.
And where were you? We were calling all night.
Well, I was out with Eddie. Actually, I just got home myself.
Well, I wonder why Sophia didn't answer.
She probably thought it was me calling and decided not to answer. It's a little guilt trick she's used on me.
That loss, Dorothy. You just picked up the pieces and went on. Just like you did after Stanley ran off with that stewardess. Boy, I envy you your gumption.
Yes, and I your breast implants.
This may not be my place, but you...
Something happens. I want you to look after Dorothy and Blanche and Sophia for me.
Sure, Mom, whatever you want.
And there's something else I want to tell you. Now lean in close. This is very important. Live from New York.
You lose your breath.
You lose your earring.
Your mouth waters.
Your nose runs.
Your heart races.
Your blood races.
Rose.
Say it, Ernie.
It's time, Rose.
Check, please.
You.
Oh, but Dorothy, you don't get it. My accountant reminded me that I've been audited before, and I've never had to pay a penny in back taxes. I have a way with auditors. The last time I was audited, I got money back from the government.
Blanche, it's not a refund when the auditor leaves 2 20s.
I owe myself.
We have created a poetry-writing citrus farmer who writes letters with a lavender felt pen. And Rose thinks he's the most fascinating creature on earth. Now, what do you think that says?
About Rose?
About the whole bunch of us.
Dorothy, I got a big problem.
The Metamucil.
Funeral.
Yeah, but Pop wasn't.
Of course not. He hated your Uncle Mario. Everyone hated your Uncle Mario. That's how he died. 23 stab wounds during a block party, and nobody saw a thing.
Pop left a scared, sick 5-year-old all alone at the hospital, said he had to go to work. Fact is, I'm embarrassed.
Don't be ridiculous, Dorothy. You love the man for who he is. It's not like he's driving you around in a tiny car with a giant key on the back. Is he?
Dropped a contact.
You expect me to believe that you don't wear contacts?
She dropped my contact. You see, I happened to run into Dorothy downtown, and I mentioned to her that I'd run out of contact solution. And she said that she had plenty of it here at the house because she doesn't wear them. So here we are.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, Crystal Carrington.
Blanche is going to be surprised. It's lucky I accidentally found out today's her birthday. Blanche, what's wrong?
Nothing. I just want to go soak in a hot bath and forget all about today.
Oh, okay.
No.
And you get what you paid for. I also know the expression, there's a sucker born every minute. Ew, yes, I do know that expression, too.
Dorothy, that was the last contractor in the book.
I just don't care. That's when Shady Pines burned down, and you came here to live with us.
Oh, yeah. I'm not wearing underpants.
Mrs. Petrillo, were you acquainted with the late Maria Hartgrove?
She died? Good riddance. God rest her soul.
We have a deathbed confession from her stating that the two of you
Now, right now.
Look, Ma, it's important to be accurate. Now, look at the box.
Hey, Pussycat, it says here from ages 8 to 80. I'm out. I'm out.
Come on, Ma.
Hi, Dorothy. Sophia?
You kids have fun tonight?
Oh, did we ever? There's this...
Come out. We're making me dirt for breakfast. Because breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Hi, girls. How's it going? How was practice, Rose? The boys okay? No time to chat now. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Blanche. You're meeting him again, aren't you?
Who, Dorothy?
Who else?
Wieden Frugen. It's a personal servant. It's the only way to make up for something like this. Oh, we've done it in my family for years. Ever since Uncle Ben lost Lars Olson's artificial leg. It was the day of the big 4-county toboggan race.
That hot plate, Sophia. We'll go to the DA. I think we've got enough evidence to get these charges dropped.
Oh, Ma, I am so proud of you. Now, honey, if you could just remember where you left the hot plate.
I used it recently. Think, Sophia, think.
What's that smell?
My God.
Self, I don't need help. I'm a totally independent person.
I know.
I need $67 for the cab.
$67? Ma, this is crazy. The home is 15 minutes from here.
My cab driver is Cuban. He said there was an additional tax for a bilingual driver.
Listening to my yodeling tapes. When the driver behind me starts furiously honking his horn, I decide to be a lady and let him pass. And what does he do? Pulls alongside, shouts obscenities that would make Joan Rivers blush, then speeds off down the street.
Who cares, Rose? I got my own problems.
In front of your face. We were feeling so sorry for ourselves, we forgot we are celebrating Christmas with family.
Merry Christmas, Rose. Merry Christmas, Blanche.
Merry Christmas, Dorothy. Merry Christmas, Blanche.
Merry Christmas, Rose. What the hell is this, the Waltons?
It was the first year after Charlie died that was the hardest. I'd lie awake for hours. I just could not get used to sleeping alone. Then I started taking the extra pillows and shoving them under the covers so I...
What do you say?
No!
Okay, make it 100, but no monthly report.
Goodbye, Stanley.
Well, why don't I just wait outside, give you a few minutes to think this over?
Fine, fine. Still here in the morning. Let's give him coffee, okay?
It's a nightmare. We've been visited by the yachts of Christmas past.
I have been following you around, and I'm sorry. But I have something to tell you, and, well, this is just so difficult for me.
Oh, whenever I have something hard to say, I just say it fast. Like back in high school when I wanted to break up with Carl Dugan, the captain of the football team. Well, I was very nervous.
Thanks, Mom.
Okay, girls, I'm ready.
Well, Rose, do I look like the mayor of Palm Springs?
What do you want? Among other things, your apology. Well, unless I missed a news flash, hell did not freeze over today. Anything else? Yes, Big Daddy's pocket watch. That watch is a family heirloom. As far as I'm concerned, you're no longer family. I believe you said it was in your room. Which room is...
I have a confession to make. Ma, I came here to beg you for the last time not to get married. I didn't want you and Max together because it looked like you were cheating on Pop. I know it doesn't make any sense, but I still think of the two of you as being married, and I didn't want Max taking Pop's place, but...
Well, what did you do? Well, I just had the test, and then I had a nice long talk with myself about being with so many men, and now when I'm with a man, I know his complete history, and we take all the necessary precautions. I just wanted you to know I understand this is not an easy time.
Thank you, Blanche.
Mrs. Barnett?
Laszlo.
Rose, I have to ask you something.
Oh, I know what it is. You're gonna ask me to pose for you, too.
No, I'm not.
Oh. Oh, well, I'm so embarrassed.
That's it! That's exactly the quality I want to capture. Oh, take my...
What about us?
Blanche, this is the way baseball works. It's time for me to move on.
But we make such a great team.
We've had some good times, but I gotta do this.
Fine. Fine. You gotta move on? Move on. But let me tell you something, mister. I haven't taught you half of what I know. Yeah. Like with a roast at the Friars Club.
It was just a joke.
Bye, Charlie. Thanks for calling.
Now can we go eat?
No, I haven't heard from Michael yet.
Fine. Wait for your phone call. My blood sugar will drop and I'll have a stroke. This corsage will...
All the years of love and companionship, Fernando and I are meant to part company. I'll just have to accept that. Time to time, life deals you an unfriendly hand. There's nothing you can do about it. I guess there's a lesson to be learned here. Sometimes life just isn't fair, kiddo.
It's your eyesight. Then people are telling you to turn down the TV set when you can barely hear it. And you could live with that. But this, they're trying to take something from me that I just won't give. I can't let this happen, Dorothy. I can't lose my Sal. Not again. But did you see them? Some of those people stayed in front of that TV for 8 straight hours. Of course, throw in a bag of cheese corn, I just described your Saturday nights.
Ma, Mr. Porter had them resting, which is something you might want to try.
Well, didn't the phone scare you?
Well, of course it did. One of those times I really miss having a man around. They're so good at answering the phone in the middle of the night.
That's not all they're good at.
And when they're really good, you don't even hear the phone.
Ma, your bra, what was your lucky handkerchief doing in there?
I was blowing my breasts, Rose. I stuffed it in to give me cleavage. To turn on the butcher so I could get a decent piece of veal.
Think this is gonna work?
I don't know. We should just go along with whatever she wants to do. The important thing is to keep Rose's mind occupied.
Hey, give me some lipstick.
Pretend. We were having lunch at Fairview Gardens. Well, Floyd McCallum walked in with another woman. So I pretended Sven was my boyfriend just to make Floyd jealous.
Did you explain any of this to Sven?
Well, I assumed he knew.
Blanche, how could you assume anything? The man offered to kill dinner for us last night.
I didn't know the guy from Star Trek wrote plays.
So, Dorothy, what you're telling me is I'm going to take this recipe with me to the grave.
Right along with the secret of why Uncle Gino legally adopted that goat. Although it's not really a prerequisite because I have been known to date a guy on life support. But the trouble with dating a guy on life support is that you always have to go to his place. Every guy has an angle.
Of course, that's why I'm upset.
I know just how you feel. It's hard losing your best buddy.
You're telling me.
Good morning, Sophia. Rose, honey, you don't have time to eat. As my campaign manager, it is your duty to spend every waking hour ensuring my victory, so that once in office, I can implement the changes needed to...
Where it doesn't belong. Just like that old dog Sandy we used to have. God, your father loved that dog.
Can you believe that? After I bared my heart and soul to that woman.
Oh, Dorothy, you hide things from her all the time.
Yeah, but she doesn't know that.
If I married again, I'd want a picture of my new husband. And the candlesticks Mama gave me.
Rose,
and
it's a coffin, not a condo.
This is a very depressing conversation.
Well, I want a fancy funeral. I want a big parade with a riderless horse. As long as Glenn and Dorothy are realistic and discreet about their situation, who are they really hurting?
No one. That's who.
Blanche, are you condoning their behavior?
No, I'm just not passing judgment. Rose, sometimes life doesn't work out the way we'd like it to. Sometimes we have to just grab...
Hours are over, ladies. Everybody will have to leave. Well, where do you think you're going?
You said everybody.
Get back in bed.
Take care, darling.
Oh. Bye-bye. Good night, pussycat.
We see you first thing in the morning, honey.
I hope I can say the same thing.
Miller dance? It wasn't really the Glenn Miller Orchestra. It was Dick Singleton and the Singletones. Their motto was, if you close your eyes, you think it's Glenn Miller. Believe me, no matter what you did, you knew it was Dick Singleton.
Just as soon as the doctor gets
Yeah, but
here.
Kirsten lives an hour away from here. We don't want Rose to be alone now.
I'm sorry, those are the rules. But don't worry, your friend is in stable condition.
So why can't we see her?
I said family only.
Look, you have never met this woman's family. They live in a place called St. Olaf.
Oh, good God. Dorothy Zbornak has a date on a Saturday night and Blanche Devereaux does not? That sounds like an idea for a Stephen King book.
Well, I wasn't going to tell you who I'm going out with tonight because I thought it might hurt your feelings. But I realize now that's a plus.
For that jacket, and before you walk out of here with it, why, there's something that I want to say to you.
What?
The zipper sticks a little.
Pardon me, excuse me, sir. Would it be possible for me to try that jacket on just for a minute?
No time, ma'am. Michael has to get to the concert.
Look.
A lullaby.
Well, sort of. Mr. Sandman.
Oh, I don't know, Rose.
Dorothy, come on. It's worth a try. It's either we sing or he sings.
All right.
Boom. Boom.
Every 3 people will be the victim of a violent crime.
It's awful.
And since there are 4 of you, that means at least 1 of you will be a victim of a violent crime. 1 of you right here.
And I read that 1 out of every 3.
Actually, he's just legally blind. It's Mr. Pagnoli. He's good looking, he's a lot of laughs, and he can't see his own hand in front of his face. He's happy just as long as I brush my teeth.
Sophia, if you needed a ride, we'd be happy to give you a lift.
You want to make me happy? Get rid of
His pension.
He's dead. How much does he need?
You know what gets me mad about this whole thing? All those years Charlie put into that job just for the pension. He used to say, Rose, I hate selling horseshoes, but if I do it long enough, you'll be set for...
No job is worth having to date women.
Blanche, bilingual refers to a person who speaks more than 1 language.
Oh, well, why did I think it was something sexual?
Anyway, that's why I signed up for a Spanish class at night school.
Now, that's a...
Make way for the victors.
You won the big game?
No, Rose, we lost, and we all changed our names to Victor. Of course we won. Now it's time for ice cream.
Yeah! You good going, guys.
That's great, Ma. That's really beautiful. But there's nothing like that between me and Mr. Gordon. If you don't believe me, why don't you join us for lunch?
Join you for lunch? Let me check my social calendar. Oh, okay, I'm free.
Ma.
Did I hear you say that you were from St. Olaf?
Yes.
I'm from St. Gustav. We're neighbors. My name's Meg.
I'm Rose. What are you doing here, Meg?
I was arrested for being a hooker, just like you.
Oh, I'm...
Me too.
Me too.
Oh, let's face it, girls. We have no idea which one of us Laszlo wants to use.
Well, I think it's obvious, Dorothy. The man is an artist. He has taste. He cannot help but pick the woman with the most grace, the most style, the most femininity. So when's Trudy coming?
Week after next. Which reminds me, I have to rush.
To where to?
Tennis lessons. I figure if she's going to be here, we ought to have a nice, quiet game.
Oh, that's sweet.
And a lot of...
Work in pairs.
I don't know what the church is coming to. I thought it stopped with bingo.
That was no nun. I work for a consumer protection show. We've been warning people about this for months. Once these scamsters have your money in an envelope, they make us switch.
What a pigeon.
Oh, my God. If they want to make spies talk, they should force... And she came here to tell you, is that it?
No, please. She could have done that over the phone. No, it was like I said. She wanted something.
Oh, please, enough already. I mean, the woman is dying. What could she possibly want from you?
My kidney.
Look! Mr. Feinbaum's totally naked in his bedroom window.
That is the 3rd time we caught you cheating. Ma, you're out of the game.
Hey, Give me a break. When you're 80, you're allowed to cheat, just like you're allowed to take money out of your daughter's purse. Whoops. Was that the phone?
Pardon me, ma'am, but what are you doing in here all by yourself?
Who are you? Are you an angel?
I'm the guy that shaves everybody.
Amazing. That's not even mentioned in the Bible. Heaven sure isn't what I expected.
Heaven? Ma'am, you're on an elevator and
Look, I'm not going out with him. You go, Blanche. What? Well, you like him. I know you do, so you go. What? I couldn't.
Of course she couldn't.
You stay out of this, Dorothy.
Well, why not? It's all over between us. He'll know that tonight.
It's him.
Well, yes, we have. It's in that box.
Shut up, Rose. I'm sorry you wasted a whole trip out here, but we're not handing out free gifts today. Why don't you drop by again in another 30 years or so, and we'll see what we can do.
They grow up so quickly, don't they?
On the cover.
Oh, that doesn't say bad.
Right there, it does.
Oh, silly, those are my initials. Blanche Elizabeth Devereaux.
Your initials spell bed?
Finally arrives. I bend down to kiss his ring. Just then, security comes and whisks him away. He leaves the ring behind as a memento.
Ma, you stole the Pope's ring?
It slipped off. You know, for God's representative on earth, he sure has sweaty palms.
Maybe we have one. Maybe he can see things we don't have the power to see. I read that in a book. People with mental illnesses are the chosen.
Who chooses them, Shirley MacLaine?
George, we've got to have a talk.
Hey.
We have...
Not now, Blanche. Dorothy, I know you've done the right thing. In the animal kingdom, the whole idea is to teach offspring to fend for themselves. Humans are the only ones who think it's their duty to care for children their entire lives.
You know, Rose, sometimes
We had to slaughter our own meat, prepare our own seasonings, and if the food wasn't perfect after cappuccino, they shot the cook.
Ma, you're making that up.
No, I'm not. Why do you think there are only 2 guys from Italy?
Places, everybody. Either I mixed the Elvis list with the wedding list, or everyone in Max's family appeared on the Ed Sullivan Show.
Who cares already? Let's just do it.
Oh, I already have a snake. I'm going with Hank Quinlan. He's a whiplash attorney. Hi, Dorothy. Rose and I are thinking about going to the movies. You want to go?
Oh, I can't tonight. No, Barbara's taking me to the experimental theater downtown.
Somebody dragged me to a show there one time. 3 men paraded around.
Like that, since Lars Svensson accused Eric the Red of being a coward and called him yellow.
Wouldn't that make him Eric the Orange?
Girls, I'm not about to meddle in Becky's personal life. Now, I made that mistake once before, and it cost me 4 years.
But, Blanche, this is different. He is downright cruel to her.
Well, if Rebecca doesn't...
liked was Dr. Clyde, our vet. He was wonderful. My mother wanted him to do her hysterectomy, but he wouldn't.
But he was willing to do her lobotomy.
Oh.
What, Ma? What?
Pain.
What kind of pain?
The kind that hurts.
Oh, they have a name for people who quit. They call them quitters.
Don't let them call you that, Rose. You make them stick to idiot.
You know, being at the birthing center today brought back vivid memories of when I delivered Rebecca. It was so wonderful.
Ooh, I'm so scared. What is she gonna do, take away my self-denial privileges?
Ma!
Pussycat, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just missed you and wanted to say hi and see how you're doing.
I'm doing fine. 10-day celibate.
Your father was a wonderful man, Kirsten. Kind and warm and caring, and Never willing to let a friend or a neighbor struggle through hard times alone. But he was also the worst businessman to ever balance a checkbook.
But you always told us how successful.
Here, I am so fed up with all of these people, I'm just ready to give up.
Dorothy, you can't give up. You're no quitter. Why, just think of the many times you have been dumped by a man. Did you quit dating? No, ma'am. You sank even lower, scraping the bottom of the barrel, facing some...
And then I drink a bottle of Chianti and I pass out.
No, it's really a shame you and Ma don't live closer to each other.
Dorothy is right. How many years do we have left? 20, 30? We should live in the same town.
You want to come back to that little village in Sicily?
Please, do I look like I want to say is the truth?
This afternoon, I saw Blanche's boyfriend, Gary Tucker, kissing my sister, Holly.
Oh, please, you're such a liar.
I swear on my mother's grave.
Okay, I believe you.
What should I do, Sophia?
Well, this is a very complex and perplexing question. Hey, you're not even going to ask what's wrong?
What's wrong, Ma?
I got 3 days to live.
Fine, Ma. I'll scratch the Ben Gay off the grocery list.
I can't believe you're so insensitive.
Not necessarily true, Daddy Lindstrom. For Rose, you see, one of your wedding guests is none other than famed psychic Jean Dixon.
Hello, Miss Dixon.
Please call me Jean. I know you want to.
Almost married, Buzz. We were talking about it when he got a call from the Spike Jones band. They needed someone to make the whoop sound when Spike dropped his pants. Just before he went to New York, Buzz told me he'd be back, but I never saw him again. I waited for a while, but one gig led to another.
We always keep it. Honey, the table looks fine, but with her complexion, those yellow garden lights make Dorothy look like Eric Severide.
Look out, St. Dominic. Sophia Petrillo feels lucky tonight.
Oh, right. Tonight's the big bingo game, isn't it?
The biggest, and I got my lucky handkerchief I can't lose.
Where did you find it?
In my bra.
He was your cousin, where the relationship might have had a future.
Tell me, Blanche, did any of your relatives appear in Deliverance?
It was during the Korean conflict. I was rejected as a whack. I failed the ink blot test.
Oh, come on, Rose. Now, how can you fail an ink? Blanche will help me, too.
Well, I do have George's old bowling ball bag.
And I need your solemn promises that you'll have your heads frozen, too.
No, Rose, I don't think so.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I thought we were friends. And friends do little things.
Killed your father. Dorothy?
Dorothy!
She's out cold. A fever takes a lot out of you.
Come on, Sophia, help me get her into the bedroom.
I think she's comfortable here.
Oh, all right. I'll just prop her up a little. Mike's...
I mean, thank you.
Blanche, 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 Blanche.
You or anybody else. And the sooner you realize that, Rose, the happier we'll all be. Come on, Blanche.
Come on.
Job. He gambles all the time. What kind of future does he have?
Future, please. He's 85. The man's got so little time, he only uses the 10 items or less line at the supermarket. Look who came to say hello, Rocco.
Hello, Dorothy. Always a pleasure. Nice
To them. Fine, but I'll need an answer. I'm not going to wait for you forever.
Rose, honey, you feeling better?
I'm still so ashamed.
Oh, Rose, nobody's gonna remember you even making that scene. When we left, everybody was still talking about Dorothy leading that busboy conga line.
Michael, have you eaten? Well, I haven't. Goodbye. Let's roll.
Sophia, we can't. We haven't all gotten our calls.
Oh, forget it. She's not gonna call. Hello?
Goodbye again.
Bye, darling.
Oh, Dorothy, I'm so glad things worked out.
Oh, me too.
Maybe you're not a grandmama yet, but you're still a darn good mama.
And Kate's gonna be a darn good mama, too, sometime.
Why did we get off that lovely jetliner in Minneapolis and switch to this rickety old thing?
Because the jets are too big to land at St. Gustav.
St. Gustav? I thought we were flying to St. Olaf.
Well, St. Olaf doesn't have an airport. No, the only way you can get to St. Olaf is to fly to St. Gustav and then take land transportation to St. Olaf. So much.
Rose, I love you too.
But I also love my friends and my family, and the thought of leaving. I'm sorry.
All right, I understand.
Rolly is the moderator and the function, if
Shut
not
up.
to...
Sorry. Continuing with English history, fifth wife of Henry VIII.
Who was Catherine Howard?
Correct.
I knew that. I knew the first one, I admit, was a bit of a fluke, but that one I knew.
Okay. Switching
Sweet.
Yeah, real sweet.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means that ever since he made a fortune on that baked potato open, he's been coming on to you like gangbusters, and I don't like it. Not that I've ever actually seen gangbusters, but I did see Ghostbusters. I didn't like that either. I mean, they couldn't give the black
Fired. Rose, we just did that part, honey.
Sorry. I'm not very good at this sort of thing.
Of course, we'll pay you for the rest of the week. Oh, Marguerite, I hope you understand.
I never been fired from any job.
We're really awfully sorry.
Well, you should be.
A sale?
Well, can we get in trouble having a garage sale? I mean, we're not actually selling a garage.
If it's a choice between the two of them, let the blind one make change.
Isn't it a wonderful idea? Men go to night school. Smart men. And nothing turns me on more than a smart man. Unless maybe it's a stupid man with good hands. Rose, count me in.
Dinner's ready.
What are we having?
Spaghetti. Oh, Italian food? No, Rose, actually, it's Chinese food.
Blanche, your daughter is about to leave for the airport. What the hell are you doing out here?
Oh, well, there's still some sun. I thought I might get a little color.
Blanche, this has to be absolutely the dumbest thing you could...
That was very moving. I'm almost tempted to stay.
That was very inspirational, Mrs. Zabornak. And now, if you excuse me, I must catch up with Tojo.
Tojo? Who?
Tojo!
It's my eye.
Now, about the tree. I got a copy of our property map at the courthouse this morning, and as you can clearly see, the tree is yours.
Huh. I'm not going to move it. Not after what she did.
You have to.
So...
Land. I'm a landowner. I've made it. And it only took 80 years. Finally, property. I'll be planting soon.
Ah.
Oh, Blanche, this was so generous of you. I'm so touched.
Well, you know, I just got to thinking, yeah, this house was the home of my family, but... Oh, I hate him. God, do I hate him. Not only did he steal my necklace, but he betrayed my trust. Oh, please, God, let him get caught. Let him go to jail. Let him rot and die in some filthy cell with the rats gnawing at his eye.
We expect you each to cough up $2,500 in 30 days.
Well, what if we can't?
We'll just have to put a lien on your bank accounts, your property, and your salaries.
And if that doesn't work, we'll just have to incarcerate you.
Oh, my God. We're going to jail.
That one itty bitty detail about you.
That I'm a priest.
Uh-huh.
She didn't know.
What you think? You were just a boring dresser?
She's just never seen me in cleric's clothing.
I didn't know you priests could take your clothes off.
Toshiro, can I make a confession? You bring out the beast in me. I know, you look at me, you think there's a chick who gets around. But that's not true. Until I met you, I didn't even know I still had those feelings. You made me realize there's a lot of wisdom in what the Sicilian...
For a group hug. Oh, honey. Of course not.
What are you doing?
We're having a group hug.
Well, knock it off so neighbors will get the wrong idea. By the way, I just called Harriet McConnell to cancel.
Dorothy, you know this is my funeral dress. I don't believe in wearing black, unless I'm a little bloated.
Did you happen to notice if my mother's all right?
Oh, she's fine right now. You know, last night she talked to me about the pain of losing a child.
Just two? Well, that's tough. I'd feel guilty if I didn't invite my two best friends, Dorothy and Blanche. But would it be okay if Jesus stopped by for dessert?
Didn't I tell you she was something special?
Except, of course, when they were institutionalized. It's just so awful. But you're a man, you wouldn't understand.
What wouldn't I understand?
Well, you don't get old and lose your appeal the way women do. Look at Mr. Cary Grant. Now, he can have any woman he wants, and he's...
You look more like a chicken when you're angry. Your neck sticks out.
Rose, it doesn't matter. I was beautiful. That was the point. I was breathtaking. Even more breathtaking than I am today. But my beauty was not everything, my mama said. My destiny was to be more than...
Whatever you think I did. I hope it was worth all the pain.
You show disrespect for our family, and family is sacred where I come from. Phil knew how I felt. You think it was easy for me? I did what I had to do.
But what did I do?
You know very well what you did.
I swear.
An equal chance of having our Christmas ruined. It's not going to bother me if I get Rose's gift.
Dorothy's right. Be a good sport.
Rose, I have to tell you about Christmas. It is too hot to shop. The stores are mobbed, and there are only 2 days left. So we've decided...
Many times I've experienced that.
Your loins have been on fire?
Yes. She melted into...
Where exactly?
And just make sure you show up this time.
What do you mean?
Well, you didn't show up at our last prom. Not that I ever think of it.
What are you talking about? I showed up.
What?
Your mother sent me away.
She what?
She said I was dressed like a bum and slammed the door in my face.
She what? Ma, they can't prove that you started that fire at Shady Pines, and you are not going to jail.
You can't be sure of that, pussycat. So I'm doing what I have to do. I'm jumping bail and...
No, no, oh, honey, no.
All right, that's it. We got to get that antique dealer off the membership committee.
All right, I'll be there as soon as I can.
Blanche, what is it?
Oh, it's Big Daddy. He's dead. You're my family, and you make me happy to be alive.
Let's all drive to Coconut Grove for lunch. Okay. My treat. We have to celebrate.
What, that she came out of her room?
That we're together.
And that no matter what, Trillo, Ma, this is Marguerite.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you. Won't you join us?
Yeah, and pour me some of that champagne. I never know if I'm gonna make it to New Year's. So what are we celebrating? Did the Supremes get back together?
Ma, I really think you should go and lie down. You're overreacting. Now, for the past 2 days, all you've done is take everything we own and put it up on high shelves.
Well, I'm off. Wish me luck.
Oh, good luck, Sophia.
Ma, are you sure about this?
I'm not even sure I have these pants on right.
Actually, brunch is what I miss the most.
Oh, Jimmy, come on. Let's take that extra step today and go to that supermarket. You won't be sorry. Jimmy, the world is filled with wonderful and exciting people.
I'll take your suggestion, Mrs. Taylor. I'll play the Jackie Mason tapes at half speed, but I really... None of your business, and that's the truth.
What's the biggest lie you've ever told?
I once told my sister Charmaine that she was left on our doorstep by gypsies.
What?
Oh, Blanche, why would you want to do a thing like that?
She annoyed me. Oh, all right. But I once did make love to an unattractive boy named Ernest, and in the middle of it, I cried out Elvis's name. Technically, I think that counts.
Ma, what's the matter?
Esther Weinstock is dead. We grew up together. She was my best friend.
Sit down. Hold me.
What is it?
Well, thanks to you, I'm on the verge of making a very important decision. I'm thinking of leaving the church. Good night.
Once upon a time, on a beautiful spring day, Henny Penny was waking up from a nap under an oak tree when an acorn fell from the tree and hit her on the head. Funny, when I was a little girl in Sicily and they told this story...
Please join us when we return to the air at 6 a.m. We now conclude our broadcast day with the Blue Angel Squadron, accompanied by our national anthem.
They told us to get out of the way when they took the winner's picture with Anita Bryant.
Oh, what do those old judges know? I'd love to hear your song.
Oh, forget it, Blanche.
Please.
Oh, no, the whole experience was too painful.
Please.
We just want to put it out of our minds.
Please.
Hit it, Rose.
Something between us. Would you consider having dinner with me tonight?
Jeepers, yes. Wow, wait till Blanche and Dorothy hear about
It'll
this.
have to be our secret for the time being. I'm in the middle of a messy divorce, and if the reporters get hold of it...
Oh, I understand. I read People magazine.
Well, then, until tonight...
If you need to know anything else about me, I have pictures.
So do we. Now, our records show that you come from a town called St. Olaf. You want to tell me about it? Mrs. Dylan, are you all right?
It's just that nobody's ever asked. This is exactly what happened during the Great Herring War.
The Great Herring War?
Yes, between the Lindstroms and the Johanssons.
Oh, that Great Herring War.
The two families control the most fertile herring waters off the coast.
Here, here.
Blanche, don't you think it's time we cut the cake?
Oh, yes, I do, Rose.
Who invited... Land. I'm a landowner. I've made it. And it only took 80 years. Finally, property. I'll be planting soon.
Oh, Blanche, this was so generous of you. I'm so touched.
Well, you know, I just got to thinking, yeah, this house was the home of my family, but a celebrity auction is where famous people donate personal items to bid on for charities.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great idea, Blanche, but it's a little late. I mean, how are we going to find celebrities to donate stuff and donate it fast?
Well, I can pull some strings. It so happens I know some famous people.
Who?
Well, I don't want to divulge.
I can. It was hell. And the entertainment? Some guy from Palermo forgot his accordion. So he sat around singing O Sole Mio while squeezing a monkey.
Sophia.
Sophia what? It was the worst time of my life. If it weren't for Pin the Tail on the French, we would have gone stir-crazy.
This mess. Maybe I ought to call the newspaper.
No, wait. I think you should let Gil handle it himself. Oh, the paper says he's having a press conference this afternoon. I don't think you should do anything until then.
Okay, fine, I'll wait.
Look at this picture of Kessler, Dorothy. There's a secret behind those eyes. Trust my hunch on this one. I'm never wrong.
Oh, come on, Ma.
Stop the watch.
Oh, come on. Now, what is going on? Why are you guys on this sudden exercise kick?
The Harlan twins have asked Rose and me to spend next weekend with them.
Cruising in the Bahamas.
Oh, so you're trying to lose weight.
Oh, more than lose weight, Dorothy. We're giving ourselves a total makeover.
Well, we finally found the cause of the fire.
Take me away. Cuff me.
Well, I'd like to take you to dinner first. Well, we can play the rest by ear. But business before pleasure. Your fire was caused by a faulty coil in the pizza oven. I'll write up a report for your insurance company.
Well, we better go. We don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, I want to get there early, buy Becky a Dodger cap, see how many people mistake her for Tommy Lasorda.
That's it.
All
That
right.
is it.
Dorothy, now calm down. We'll bring you back a cap, too.
I can't take it anymore. I've got to say something to that guy.
Dorothy, I know how frustrating it is to just sit.
Happens. Even if we all get married, we'll stick together.
We'll need a much bigger house.
Oh, sure, Rose. After lunch, you can pick up the lumber. Ma, you want to join us?
Nope. I gotta rest. I got a date tonight.
With whom?
The fancy man and I are going to the dog track.
Your mother.
You are impossible.
Hello, we're a little early. I'm Greta Wagner, and these are my sisters, Trudy and Libby.
I'm so sorry. The house is such a mess.
Why, it's...
People with money is how we got things done in New York. In Sicily, you cut off a horse's head and put it in somebody's bed.
Sophia, you're making that up.
Like hell. Our garbage commissioner, Fredo Lombardi, went on strike once. He woke up the next morning sharing a pillow with National Velvet. That's sad.
Devil, you. I just figured out what's going on here.
Blanche.
You were sore at me for inviting your friend without asking you, so you hired this guy to come over and teach me a lesson.
Tantalizingly, just out of reach.
Let me guess. St. Olaf County Jail.
And Delhi.
Look, we have to do everything we can to help Ma. Now, the three of us have got to put our heads together and try to figure out for certain how that fire got started.
You're so right, Dorothy, and we...
Go down the stairs. Here's where you move your feet. Move. Take off the gloomy mask of tragedy. It's not just she was so good at home. You look so good that you'll be glad you decided to smile. Pick out a pleasant outlook. Stick out that noble chin. Stick it out.
Oh, look, 2 more mimes pretending to kill yourself. I'm gonna have some fun with it. They weren't mimes, were they?
Yes, but the chain leads the eye even lower to that huge spare tire. Jutting out over those square, manly hips.
Why don't I just wear a sign that says, "Too ugly to live"?
Fine, but what are you going to hang it from, the chain?
Blanche, your daughter is about to leave for the airport. What the hell are you doing out here?
Oh, well, there's still some sun. I thought I might get a little color.
Blanche, this has to be absolutely the dumbest thing you could. 7:30. We want to get good seats. Ma, what are you doing in here?
The searchlights were out, so I tunneled out of my room with a spoon.
You. One, do you read People magazine? And two, are you doing anything tonight around midnight?
Embarrassment has this lifestyle caused your mother?
I really don't know, but I'll ask her tomorrow when I visit her at the home.
Did you not just tell my sister that I betrayed her?
It was the only way I could get rid of her. She's a nut, you know.
You see it too?
That's why I was so angry when she told me about that thing she had done to you.
What thing?
You know.
No, I don't.
I think you do. Is that kick me hard sign a fashion statement?
Another one? No, this isn't what you think.
He was your cousin. Where the relationship might have had a future.
Tell me, Blanche, did any of your relatives appear in Deliverance?
It was during the Korean conflict. I was rejected as a whack. I failed the ink blot test.
Oh, come on, Rose. Now how can you fail an ink blot?
This neurotic woman who made me and Virginia miserable our entire lives. I gotta go pack.
I hate to give him back.
Goodbye, Danny. Goodbye, pussycat. Goodbye, little fella. Bye.
What are you carrying on? It's like talking to a salami.
Oh, Rose, is your neck bothering you again?
Yeah, and I'm gonna do something about it.
I'm glad you've come to your senses. There is nothing worse than a pain in the neck.
In this country, you can get divorced. In Sicily, there was no divorce. If you wanted to end a marriage, you had to resort to the lupara.
Is that some kind of legal loophole?
It's some kind of sawed-off shotgun.
Blanche, did he leave a number?
No. Dorothy dropping him was the smartest thing you ever did.
What are you gonna do if he calls again?
Don't talk to him.
Oh, why not?
Hello? The honeymoon is over. We're back.
Don't let Ma know I have been smoking. She will kill me. Ma!
Dorothy!
What was that for?
You've been smoking.
I have not.
Then you've been smoking.
No, I haven't.
Hello? Who's calling? Oh, hi. Hang on. Blanche, it's your sister Virginia.
Oh, for goodness. Virginia, honey, is that you? I swear the whole family's coming out of the woodwork. Guess what?
That calendar's from 1984.
Oh, yeah. This is the day I escaped from Shady Pines. It says right here, I'm free. I'm free.
Mr. Gordon.
Dorothy, you look wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Hey, no more of that, Mr.
Table.
Oh, let me do it.
Oh, no, wait, Lily.
Now, Rose, I'm fine.
No, I'm just gonna get your cane.
No, I don't need that. Last night I memorized the layout for the whole house. Now, please stop treating me as if I'm totally helpless.
I'm sorry. You know how I am. I guess I'm overprotective.
Who invited Gidget to the garage?
Oh, that was a snap. I thought this was going to be a challenge, but, you know, then again, I've always been a student of history. Maybe history has never been yours.
Ms. Bornak? Can we continue? I'm afraid this is the point where Alex would politely tell you to shut up.
He would, and he should. I mean, after doing with your retirement.
Well, Monday, I'm gonna sleep late.
What's after Monday?
Tuesday.
Basically, I'm ready for anything. Today is the first day of the second half of my life. Oh, I gotta run. I'll see you tonight.
Your mouth is watering now, Blanche. Keep licking.
Herb, I'm aware of how important it is to make a good impression in court. Tell me, what do you think would move the jury more? Then I said to myself, Blanche, too much rouge. So, after a few minor adjustments, may I present the new Sophia Petrillo. But Dorothy, you're the one who's been talking about aging with dignity.
Not for me, for her. I mean, look at her. The woman is hundreds of years old. She should be carbon dated.
But Dorothy, if the doctor
Look,
said...
I really... Morning, Blanche.
Dorothy, I want to ask you something. Last night about 2 a.m, did you hear some shrieking and screaming and moaning?
No, but usually if your door is closed, I can't hear anything.
Not me. Those sounds were coming from that urn.
What do you mean?
I mean, that part wasn't in my dream. That means the dream's broken. We're going back to Miami. We're going to be all right.
Not me. Well, you two faced your fears. Dorothy got on the plane. You faced your dream. I didn't give my speech.
Give it now. Yeah. Yes. Go on. Now, you wrote it. You give it. Go on. You can do it. But I can promise you I do not go to bed with men who wear wedding bands.
What if he took it off?
Then I'd see the tan line.
What if he was from Minnesota and had no tan?
Ooh.
Ooh. So he's not good enough for you. Listen, my Charlie was 6'2" and...
And what does that do to the morale of our boys overseas?
Good news, girls, I've gained 4 pounds. Last place in the world I want to be.
Well, why, honey?
Because of my father. How would you feel if you found out your father was a celibate monk?
It's not so unusual. Look, Rose, we don't necessarily get the parents we want. We get the ones we're dealt. Rose, it's the middle of September. What are you doing?
Oh, it's a banner Charlie made. I thought it'd be nice to have some good memories of him around me. He put it up every year. He was one of a kind, all right. Loved Christmas.
Loved Christmas. Oh, Ma, you going to the ballroom again?
No, I was thinking of wearing this when I die. What do you think?
Uncle Nunzio, but we call the goat a pet. Anyway, Ma, I want you to drag out anything that'll jog your memory about the old days.
You know, people in St. Olaf are lucky. We all have the same family tree. You can trace each of us back to the same brother and sister.
Exist.
Have you tried telling them how you feel?
They wouldn't listen.
I'm listening.
Yeah, only because they dump me on you and you feel you have to.
No.
Well, you don't have to.
David,
Just leave me alone.
You about the same thing. I'm not going.
What?
Don't faint, but you were right when you said I should go out and make new friends. So, I took your advice. I met some nice people at the center, and this weekend we're all going to Cancun. Looks like you and what's-his-name will have to go to the Bahamas without me.
You just met the... With this question right, you have a D-. Rose, you're a high school graduate.
Oh, God! Sophia, I'm a high school graduate.
Congratulations. Now you can get any job involving a cardboard hat.
Oh, Ma, how can I?
Why, Dorothy, what's wrong?
What's wrong? I'll tell you what's wrong. I single-handedly ruined a man's life today.
Which hand?
This hand. What difference does it make what hand? I ruined him, that's all. I was in over my head. I played with fire and I lost.
I saw her come in here. Rose. Honey, are you in there?
Rose, please come out and talk to us.
Go away. I never want to talk to you two again.
Look, Rose, honey, you have every right to be angry. What we did was inexcusable. But, Rose, at least let us...
Well, named Petrillo.
I take offense of that. No one in my family ever left a body to be found.
Okay. Always wanted to try new things, see new places. But before I had a chance to do something like hop a tramp steamer, I met up with a lady by the name of Elizabeth Ann Bennett. She had the cutest little smile, tiniest button nose, and the most incredible...
That's a great idea. I love what you made the last time. What was it called? Gherkinflunken?
Oh, no, that was my uncle. The owner of St. Olaf's most famous haberdashery. He came up with the slogan, "You don't have to be Amish to look Amish."
Share an old-fashioned Christmas with some other people.
At gunpoint?
Would you stay here and spend Christmas with me if I just asked you?
No.
Well...
But why would you want to spend Christmas with a bunch of total strangers?
Decide what's right for you. And whatever decision it is, I'll stand by it.
Thanks, Ma.
Just remember, make the wrong decision, you'll burn in hell forever. Sleep tight, pussycat.
I can't see a thing.
What kind of a movie is this, Dorothy?
Rip his throat out!
It's a musical, Rose. I think that's Mario sitting way down there in the front. You girls stay here.
Goes into a restaurant and ends up sharing a table with a dashing young Frenchman. They drink, they talk, they burn a cork, and draw mustaches on each other.
What?
Just wanted to see if you were listening. Anyway, the next thing she knows, it's hours later. The place is empty. And the Frenchman...
Who forward in the grand tradition of the founders of this, our great country.
What office are you running for, Blanche?
Fashion show chairman of the Tinkerbells.
Morning, everybody. Rose, honey, I hope you don't mind. I borrowed your golf glove. I have a date to play this morning.
With a man?
No, Blanche, with a Venus flytrap.
I feel so bad about what happened last night. I may have ruined an ideal relationship, and for what?
Well, it's your own fault for cheating on Miles.
Blanche, it was your idea.
It's the execution, Rose. I said don't get caught.
Well, it was expired. It made me feel old, Dorothy. I want to learn again.
Oh, come on. Ma, you're 81 years old. Your eyesight is weaker, your reflexes are slower.
And who are you, Magic Johnson? Dorothy, please.
Oh, all right, Ma, all right. Well, give it a try. But regularly bring home a paycheck and support yourself.
Okay, wait a minute. What's this all about?
Michael, you are 30 years old. I want you to find your own place, cook your own food, and take responsibility for your life.
But, Ma, that takes money.
That's where the job comes in.
Those paramedics never give up.
Don't end this, Blanche. My wife doesn't understand me.
Well, I do. You're a cheat. Get out. thing, Laszlo, I'd like to ask you a question. By any chance, is there anybody here tonight in whom you might be interested romantically?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes.
Oh, I knew it, Ethan. I knew it.
Laszlo, looks like we're a hit.
Hey, this is unheard of. We're halfway through the cheesecake and we haven't solved our problem.
Maybe we can solve it. Maybe Ma's doing the right thing by leaving.
Your brother is such a yutz. I just got off the phone with him, and he had the nerve to ask me what I'm making for dinner tomorrow night.
Has to look good at this wedding.
Look, Ma, I don't know how to break this to you.
Gently, I'm old.
Giuseppe Mangiacavallo has had a fabulous life. He's in his 80s, is a multimillionaire, and enjoys perfect health.
Well, it's a very slow-acting curse.
So it would appear.
Well, Blanche, what do you think?
Sophia, what have you done?
Save my puckered little Sicilian behind, that's what. When Drivers didn't come home again this morning, I went to the pet shop and got a duplicate. Amazing, isn't it?
Killer!
Well, look on the bright side. It could be good.
I was looking on the bright side.
What a day.
Why, what's the matter? Where's Magda?
You mean Flora? Hi, so what are you two doing here? I thought you had a Spanish class tonight.
We do, but we're not going. We dropped out.
Well, what about your promotion at the counseling center?
Oh, I can just forget about that. Norwegians are notoriously bad at Spanish.
I guess that's why there were no herring tacos.
And it was a...
Don't ever do that.
It just doesn't seem possible that 5 years has gone by since we moved in together.
Well, it's gonna be rough if we have to go our separate ways. We've all learned to depend on each other so much.
Especially Rose.
What's that? Oh, no thanks. I'm doing what we all should be doing. Dieting for the Bachelorette auction next Saturday.
Not all of us. I told you, Rose, count me out. Now, even if it is for charity, I am not going to stand up there and allow myself to be sold to the highest bidder like some Holstein cow at a livestock auction.
Me world. Imagine it, Al. We'd go rocketing up and down and turn and turn and turn, and then zoom, coming right back down. Or we could just walk around and get our picture taken with Goofy.
Thank you, Myron. You're a good kid. In fact, before you go, I'd like to have a little talk with you. Sit. As you know, Myron, I've always thought of you as a bright, polite young man. Talented, ambitious, smart.
I'm not going out with your daughter, Mrs. Petrillo.
You've got her, Myron. She's spending too much time with this yutz named Zbornak.
I'll understand, you know, if you decide not to.
Well, how come you didn't ask Charmaine for her kidney? You were always closer to Charmaine.
Charmaine's kidneys are attached to each other.
What do you mean attached?
Well, the two are joined. It's like having one big kidney and you can't separate them.
Leave it to Charmaine.
Well, Blanche, what do you think?
Sophia, what have you done?
Save my puckered little Sicilian behind, that's what. When Drivers didn't come home again this morning, I went to the pet shop and got a duplicate. Amazing, isn't it? 3, 4.
Rose has the date and I don't. What are the odds of something like this happening? There's probably a better chance of getting struck by lightning in a house you won from Ed McMahon.
Blanche, I'm sure it's a fluke that nobody called you for a date.
They must have painted the men's room wall.
Only wear it well.
I think it's the pimento that really sets it off.
Hello, Elliot. I'm so sorry I'm late.
All right, but we should be going.
Girls, if I'm not back by Christmas, someone take my mother to midnight mass.
So something about that man.
Hawaii for 2 weeks, they're leaving my 14-year-old grandson with me.
Oh, Blanche, that's wonderful news. What, you shouldn't be upset.
No, I should be upset. How am I supposed to study for my French final with a 14-year-old in the house? It's hard enough with an 80-year-old.
Well, that won't be necessary. My goodness, we're 10,000 feet up. Besides, I know how you have your heart set on it.
Blanche, you're adorable.
I know.
You know, I've dated a lot of women, and every single one of them has been impressed by the caviar and...
Break the news. Guess who's getting 2 desserts tonight? It was so transparent.
Oh, my God, Dorothy, I just had another horrible thought. What if Rose had a major stroke? What if she is left completely unable to care for herself? What would we do?
We would bring her home.
Interesting thing about the tar business is, well, actually, I have to pick 2 things because it's impossible to pick one. Well, anyway, the 2 most interesting things about the tar business are the tar itself and the number of shoes you go through. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm probably boring you. Enough about me. Let's talk.
I don't care what Dorothy says. Any man who doesn't pick a lady up at her home for their date is a jerk. Plain and simple.
Well, yeah, he's obviously a jerk.
Well, he's taking her to L'Auberge. Jerks love that place. I went there once with the biggest jerk in the whole world. It was right after Charlie died.
San Quentin. 15 years I spent in that stinking hole. I saw violence, I saw despair, I saw Johnny Cash 8 times.
Well, I guess that concludes the interview, unless there are any questions.
At 10 o'clock.
I don't know what you just did, but you'd make one hell of a yodeler.
Blanche, Rose? Oh, hello.
Dorothy, I'm glad you're here. There's something I want to ask.
Exactly what I paid for the one I ordered. They made a mistake. They charged me for the inexpensive bed.
Merry Christmas from Neiman Marcus.
Sophia, she can't keep that bed. That'd be like stealing.
It's only stealing if they find out.
Or weekly lottery tickets.
Oh, girls, it's been such a glorious day. All afternoon I was in the mood for leather, and I finally found exactly what I wanted.
Oh, fine, Blanche. Just make sure his motorcycle doesn't block the driveway.
Can we save the chit-chat for later? If we hit the jackpot, I want to live long enough to spend it.
What jackpot?
Fine, rich, young black man off the top of my head.
Wait just a minute till I get a pencil.
Mama, I love Michael. I don't care about his color. Honey, it's just a phase. Ever since Diana Ross started marrying white men.
People with money is how we got things done in New York. In Sicily, you cut off a horse's head and put it in somebody's bed.
Oh, Sophia, you're making that up.
Like hell. Our garbage commissioner, Fredo Lombardi, went on strike once. He woke up the next morning sharing a pillow with National Velvet.
What's the matter with you?
You walked out on me, Stanley Zbornak.
Now I know why.
You walked out on me and you didn't even have the decency to tell me you were leaving. I heard it from some lawyer over the telephone. A stranger, Stanley, a total stranger, told me that my... Developing, an attraction I've been trying to deny. Blanche, what are you doing?
It's a curse. My beauty's always been a curse. I'm sorry, Dorothy, but...
But you were pulling my leg.
I don't think I could drink that much sake.
Sit down. Maria Gianelli, Rose Nyland, Rose Nyland? Rose, what are you doing?
You are not going to believe what happened. Those Nielsen twins are back together.
What?
Lars Lindquist, the man they were fighting over, he's dead. Found slumped over a desk at his Volvo dealership. When the girls found out about it, they decided to forgive each other. Now they're back back together in the tournament.
I was pretty surprised myself.
Well, I'll bet. To think Jean would prefer Rose over me? That's ridiculous.
Blanche, please.
Now, you tell me the truth. If you had to pick between me and Rose, who would you pick? Who?
Blanche, pull yourself together.
That attorney I've been dating, I caught him handling melons at the A&P.
And I take it they weren't yours.
You missed my point, Dorothy. He told me he was a lawyer. Turns out he's a fruit waxer. Why do men have to put up false pretense?
In Queens, it's called shotgun.
Well, maybe that's why he left, because you forced him into it.
Rose, he left me 38 years later for a stewardess that he met on a business trip to Hawaii. It was her first flight. They said on arrival, give the passengers a lay. She got...
Dorothy, stop that. You're making a fool of yourself. Mr. Ha-Ha's looking at you.
Are you Dorothy Zbornak?
That's right.
Get up on stage, Dorothy.
Get bent, ha-ha.
Come on, kids. Let's give Dorothy a great big ha-ha cheer. Ha-ha!
Describe the taste.
Refreshing, clear, clean.
Would you buy this water?
Sure, why not?
We're rich. We're rich. It comes from the hose out back. Move over, Perrier. Petrillo water is on the way. I know what you're going to say. Another one of my get-rich-quick schemes. Hey, you're not even going to ask what's wrong?
What's wrong, Ma?
I got 3 days to live.
Fine, Ma. I'll scratch the Bengay off the grocery list.
I can't believe you're so insensitive.
Ma, I can't believe that you're seriously considering getting involved in this.
Martha's a sick woman, and she doesn't want to get any sicker. She's going to do it anyway, so why should she die alone?
This is wrong, Sophia.
Forget about whether this is right or wrong. Ma, I'm worried about Dr. Harris.
Well, I'm afraid Dr. Harris couldn't make it. His wife's having a baby.
Well, normally I'd be happy for her, but right now I couldn't care less. What are you going to do for us?
Well, why don't you tell me the kind of symptoms you've been having?
Well, I have a fever, and my throat is sore, and my stomach is upset.
A master in the studio, you must also be a master in the bedroom. You think because you can work a piece of clay into a piece of beautiful art, you can also work a woman's body into fits of ecstasy and passion and total screaming abandon.
Me.
Good morning. Blanche, I'm giving you 30 days notice.
What?
I don't want to live under this roof anymore. I'm moving.
Don't give it a second thought.
Good morning, lady.
Well, good morning, Miles. How was the bird watching?
Oh, Blanche, it was thrilling. Have you ever seen...
It looks like it's going to be a long night.
I don't understand why you didn't tell him this morning exactly how you felt.
Is that it, Rose? I mean, are you finished, or is there something else that you don't understand?
Well, actually, there is. I don't understand how a thermos keeps things both hot and cold. More than 100, and we didn't have any change.
What about these?
Well, they all had hundreds, too.
Rose, let me give you a few lessons in economics. Lesson number 1. Quit being an idiot.
Okay.
Lesson number 2. The law of supply and demand. Before you...
Well, I thought that was such a nice way to go.
Dorothy, if I'm lucky enough to live to be 100, make me a promise.
Oh, I promise, Ma. No surprise party.
No, promise me we can get our own apartment. These two are making me crazy. Tough room, but don't worry, I'm highly qualified. By the way, what actually does an activities director do?
Well, basically, you'll pop in the video rental, be a fourth for bridge, a buddy. If you do well, we'll have trouble telling you from the other residents.
I could do that.
Good. Well, if you need me, I'll be in my office. Oh, by the way...
We can't be with our families either.
You all are not related?
Oh, no.
Really? The way you were teasing and talking to each other, I thought you were family for sure. Isn't that something?
Well, isn't it funny how sometimes it takes a total stranger to point out something that's been right there?
Didn't you hear me honking?
Well, Jeremy, we were just saying goodbye.
Well, hop to it. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug. We're out of here.
Mama, thanks again for being so understanding about our wedding plans.
Well, that's me, old understanding mama.
It's just really so much simpler if Jeremy and I run off and do it ourselves.
Yeah, that'll be the day when you run anywhere.
The day for needy, sexy people.
I just heard on TV the airports are closed. There's a big hurricane headed this way. They want everyone to stay just where they are.
That means that we could be trapped together for days.
Oh, Jesus. Oxen bonds. Hey, this is found money. This is fun money. This is hot beaches and sweaty men money. This is get naked and roll around on the ground money.
Even your money has more fun than I do.
It's work.
Oh, I've missed you.
And I missed you. I wish you knew how much.
I'm not letting go. I'm never letting go.
Come on, Rose, come on.
I'm trying.
Well, try harder.
There you go, honey. What, the grocery store did it?
That's not a secret. I just forgot to mention it.
I think she means more like the time she told me that she went skinny dipping with your cousin Lars before he gave out the pulpit back in St. Gustav.
Do you mind answering that?
Why not? Maybe I'll get lucky. What am I talking about? If I was lucky, I'd be shacking up with Cary Grant.
Hello, I'm Dr. Richmond. I'm looking for a Dorothy Zbornak.
Dr. Richmond, it's a pleasure to meet you, but we were expecting... Ma, you are not dying.
I am, Dorothy. I had a dream last night, a death dream. Your father spoke to me.
Spoke to you? How?
Do I look like Rich Little? Just listen. I'm sitting in the living room, and the clock strikes 9. Then the bell rings. It's your father in his fedora. He always... Me too. Because
I said coffee. So, how does it feel?
Shame. I feel shame.
I can't believe the two of you.
Mel and I spent our most intimate moments there.
Ma, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah, stay out. You barged in on me enough when you were a kid.
Survived a slight stroke, which left her, if I can be frank, a complete burden.
Why don't we all go out to the kitchen and get something to drink?
That sounds good. Say, have you ladies known Blanche for a long time?
Oh, yes. You're in luck. She just loves policemen.
Why is she coming here then?
Well, she's here on business. She's a world-renowned flautist.
She plays the flute.
No, Dorothy, she plays the flout. It's a Scandinavian instrument that looks like a tuba, except it's got hair on the bottom. Of course she plays the flute.
World kingpin Mickey the Cheese Man Moran is dead.
Mom,
the
turn
Cheese
it off.
Man is shown here
Now.
testifying before a Senate
No,
committee on organized
let's just hear that to the end.
He was blown up this morning outside his home in suburban Chicago by a bomb attached to the ignition of his car. A violent end for a violent man.
And Ma, Butch and Sundance steal your seat on the bus?
I had a miserable day at work. That stupid manager docked me a half a day's pay because I said hello to the customers.
You're not allowed to say hello to the customers?
Not at Pecos Pete's Chow Wagon. You have to say howdy. As a matter of fact, you have to say howdy, partner. How about a saddle?
Him half as much as when you were 18. Went off to Europe with that guy, Phil.
It was Philippe. And Big Daddy understood how romantic it was to go live in Copenhagen with a tortured painter.
He painted houses, Blanche. You are the one who has never been here for the family. You.
I am the smartest woman in the whole world.
And I am the pygmy queen.
No, wait a minute. Blanche, what would you say if I got a permit that would let you have as many people stay here as you want?
What? Oh, that's terrific. Rose, this says I'm going to turn
That loss, Dorothy. You just picked up the pieces and went on. Just like you did after Stanley ran off with that stewardess. Boy, I envy you your gumption.
Yes, and I, your breast implant.
This may not be my place, but you...
Backers of Howard the Duck.
Going somewhere for Christmas?
Well, yes, I am. I'm going home to see my family.
Oh, gee, I wish I was going somewhere for Christmas. But my family disowned me. They're embarrassed because I'm an artist.
Come down, pass it around, 2 bottles of beer on the wall. Well, I'm off to bed.
2 bottles of beer? Rose, you got all the way to 2 bottles of beer and you quit?
Just drives you nuts, doesn't it, Dorothy?
Oh, what a wonderful ride home. I bet there must have been a level you. I just figured out what's going on here.
Blanche.
You were sore at me for inviting your friend without asking you, so you hired this guy to come over and teach me a lesson.
But I can't tell you who it is. Ethics, you know, we have to be quite careful about that. But if this was win, lose, or draw, I'd draw a crown.
What?
That was a hint.
Do you have my test results?
Sure do.
And?
A king.
Darn, I hate fog. Why, you spent most of your life in one.
I meant if it were clearer, we could see Mount Lusenbaden.
What's Mount Lusenbaden?
It's kind of like Mount Rushmore, except they sculpted 4 losers of presidential elections in the mountainside. Let's see, there was Alf Landon, Wendell Willkie, and Ed...
I don't think I can stand it much longer. My body feels like a Corvette up on blocks with its engine racing and the wheels just spinning and spinning with nowhere to go. I feel like I'm going to explode. Dorothy, you have to help me. You have to do something.
Honey, there's nothing I can do, so get that look out of your eye and let go of my hand. I thought you lost it at a pancake breakfast.
Well, those don't count. I mean, they did at the time, but this is the definitive where I lost my virginity story.
It's really nice of you to share something so personal with us, Blanche. In a bayou. You
Be a decent, honest person. You think maybe you could just love me for that?
I already do.
Then you forgive me?
Of course I forgive you. But I'll tell you, if you ever pull it... I'm your daughter.
Oh, yeah. I need a bromo seltzer.
I need a cheesecake.
Blanche, I hate to see you and Sophia fighting like that.
Is anybody eating that?
All right, Stanley. Why do you want to borrow the car?
I am involved in a new business venture. Stan's Pizzas. The gimmick is I can deliver a pizza faster to your house than Domino's. There's only one problem.
What?
It's impossible. I cracked up my car trying.
Now you're telling me what you would like me to do.
Here, I have a picture.
Well, this is not you. You are a vixen. For you, I see a saucier cut, an Audrey Hepburn look. Simple, elegant, and something to accent these delicate features.
My heart is pounding in my ears. But then again, it always pounds in my ears. I could see the finish line. It was only 200-300 yards away. And then it happened. What every runner dreads. I hit the wall.
Ma, you ran out of steam.
No, I see nurse thing. I never thought I'd see you again.
Well, Sophia, I'm going to have to keep my word. As soon as you can walk, I'll have to leave.
Yeah, I know, as soon as I can walk. But I don't think that's gonna be for a long...
Death. Well, I just got the autopsy results, and they showed that Al's arteries were completely clogged. Oh, his diet was terrible. He never ate a vegetable. He lived on fatty foods. He'd have meat for dessert. You didn't kill him, Mrs. Nyland. He killed himself.
In the city hall and make it legal.
Stan.
Dorothy, it's fate, divine intervention, the hurricane, us pretending we're married. If God didn't want us to be together again, he would never have sent us a priest.
I'm not a priest.
Angelo, get back here. What do you mean you're not a priest?
I cannot go on with this deception.
Next year. Jeez, I can't believe I blew it. Pepe, it's not your fault. They are not going to give you another chance because you're Cuban.
Huh? Because you're Cuban.
Oh. Because I'm... That no member of your family was ever a returning champion on Jeopardy.
Anyway, that's why I have to speak. Oh, I've dreaded this day coming. I just can't do it.
Rose, calm down. Honey, now listen, I know an easy way to get through this. The way...
It's a hell of an illusion. Maybe we should just saw her in half.
Excuse me, I'll get the coffee.
Dinner was delicious, Rose. What was it?
It's a Scandinavian specialty, Kaldomar.
Ah.
Hey, give me a break. You can't smell that from the hall.
Then there was the time Hans Eriksson wanted to take an elk to the prom. The whole town was divided on that one.
Pussycat, if you're writing to your brother Phil, tell him I said thanks for...
Our favorite little girl.
I love you.
I love you too.
It ain't gonna worry me for long. It ain't gonna worry me for long.
I'll get up in the morning and I'll still be singing my song.
How long they been gone?
Over 4 hours.
You don't think anything happened to them?
Oh, no. I think they probably just stopped to rest.
Yeah, or maybe they're looking for something to carry the water.
No one's that brave except in the movies and on television. But at least this time I know what I'm facing. I've gone through all the steps before. I have considered the alternatives, dealt with the reality. The last time, I think I started crying the moment the doctor told me, and I didn't stop till they wheeled me off to surgery. And then later, I cried.
Hello, Fred.
Hello, Dorothy, Mrs. Petrillo.
Why haven't you returned my calls?
There's nothing to talk about.
We're not going away, Fred.
All right, come in. Have a seat.
A debone a chicken from across the room.
You know, Blanche, when my father died, I heard his voice, too. Or what I thought was his voice. Honey, it happens to everybody. It's wishful thinking. We want to hear them, so we do.
Much, much smaller. But bigger than a flea circus.
Tell me, Rose, did they ever shoot a herring out of a cannon?
Okay.
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, I know exactly what you're going through. I can read it in your face.
You can?
Oh, sure. Your husband or your boyfriend dumped you. Oh, honey, don't let it get you down. It's just
fine. But if she doesn't, I don't want anybody asking any embarrassing questions.
I'm back. So, did you and Artie play Find the Cannoli?
What?
Nothing, Rose.
Just sit.
Oh, Ma, I remember when I was a little girl playing out in the street. I can still hear your voice. Dorothy, fix your dress. The whole neighborhood can see your business.
Sounds like me.
Ma, we don't have too much time.
Okay, let's get to the kitchen. I want to show you that
Heavens.
Fight.
Now, wait a minute here.
Now, you cut that out right now. You're gonna get us all into trouble.
And I'm gonna tear you apart.
Listen, you punk. You want to fight with someone, you're going to have to fight with me.
Oh, I remember the first time I ever saw the ocean. It was on my honeymoon. My husband, Charlie, and I drove from Minnesota to New York. Well, actually, we were driving to California. We were young and in love, and I was blowing in Charlie's ear. He lost his sense of direction on the turnpike.
It was dark in that hayloft.
Your father and I spent many an hour trying to figure out what to do with you. You drove that man to distraction.
Well, all right, maybe you talked about me, but that's not the same thing as being there.
I know that.
a bed hopper. Don't hang up on him. That man cares for you. Hop. Go with your feelings.
Glenn, I thought I told you I don't want to talk to you.
That's right. If he wants to talk or hop, let him do it with his wife.
Don't deny your passion. It's unnatural.
Look, Glenn, you are making this...
Oh, you see, Rose, the Greeks and Romans always sculpted man. They admired the beauty of the male form. Its sinewy, muscled hardness, its rippling loins, its chiseled buttocks. My, it's getting hot in here.
It certainly is.
I have 25. Do I hear 30?
Oh, just admit it. Wasn't it worth the trip to the bad part of town?
That guy almost got my purse, Miles.
Almost doesn't count, Rose. How about those Cajun drumsticks? Oh, I can still smell those Cajun drumsticks.
I'm not surprised you put one in each pocket.
Oh, that's tomorrow's lunch, sweetheart.
1934, I was thinking, boy, am I blessed to have such a precious 2-year-old in my life.
Oh, look. Here's one of us on a bicycle built for two.
I'll never forget that spring day in 1940. I was thinking...
Ma, you're making this up!
Of course I am. How the hell should I remember?
I tell you, that Disney World hotel was just wonderful. It had everything. Good service, delicious food, a beautiful room.
What did you think of the rides?
They got rides?
Don't worry about it. You had a good time and you never had to stand in line.
We'd like to stay and chat, but we want to get settled in our new place.
Sophia, what's the point?
The point is, I lost a fortune.
Well, what does that have to do with getting Dorothy and Blanche back together?
Nothing. I told you, stay out of it.
Bad, I never really liked it much anyway. It's just that my grandmother gave this to me on her deathbed. She was very, very sick for a very, very long time. I loved her very, very much.
Blanche, why don't you just grind the broken piece?
And then go climb back under your slimy rock with all the rest of your slimy friends. And don't you ever call here again.
Dorothy called Stan.
Blanche, why don't you admit what you did? You made a mistake.
God, what am I going to do?
Ma, quit listening at the door.
I'm flying my mother's sister, Angela, over from Sicily.
And she's bringing the surprise?
Why don't you just sit right over here and read your magazine, okay?
Oh, okay. Don't try to outsmart me, Dorothy. I got the mind of a fox and the butt muscles of Baryshnikov.
You have to stink. And if you stay and work at it and everything turns out, you'll have a place to visit when the things at home really get to stink.
I just can't, like, come here whenever.
You can just, like, come here whenever.
Well, I don't mind the gardening, but it's like the vacuum.
And I missed out on a lot of things because of that fear. Then, one day...
No, don't tell me, don't tell me. You met a handsome pilot. He invited you into the cockpit. Of course, you said yes, as you usually do in these stories. The two of you made passionate love, and now you cannot get enough of the friendly skies.
No, that's not what happened.
Oh, I didn't think I needed to. I figured if I was happy, you were happy too.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so sorry. You've always been there for me. I should have been there for you. You think you can never forgive me?
Darling, life's too short to not forgive my...
Stan, what are you doing here?
Oh, just let me freshen my makeup. Girls, why don't you come with me and I'll show you how I transform myself into a fresh-faced, innocent young thing.
Could you skip the innocent part, Blanche? The show starts in 2 hours. Leave him there. I hunted 3 hours for his owner.
I hate dogs, Rose.
Oh, Dorothy, come on. Nobody hates dogs. Oh, please, just for the night, I promise. Please, Auntie Dorothy. I won't be any trouble, please.
You're all right.
To hide it. Oh, Sophia, she's gonna be okay. I know it.
She will be, Sophia. Now, she's tough.
You know, there are all sorts of things that people get that they can't diagnose, and then they disappear just as mysteriously as they came. Gustav Lundqvist got sick from something mysterious, and he nearly...
Sure.
Yes, may I come in?
Oh, please, please, come right in. May I take your height? A hat.
Thank you. You must be Dorothy. Rose has told me all about you.
I wish I could say the same.
Sophia, this is serious, honey. According to this book, if Rose doesn't confront Dr. Norgan, she could take her hostilities out on us.
Tunnels. He loves to drive through tunnels.
Cheesecake. Good idea. Now we can be old and fat. And Beatrice either.
Oh, good, you're all here. Saturday night, of course, you're all here. Well, before I go out, listen to what I...
Tell us. Is it about Ernie?
He's lousy in bed. I knew it. I knew there was something wrong with him.
No, he's not lousy. Well, I don't think he is.
Well, either he is or he isn't.
Well, I'm sure he's not. Of course, I have no proof that he's not, but still he's not. Oh, of course. Dorothy, this is Blanche. Blanche, this is Dorothy. He has jokes like that around here all the time.
It's like living in a house full of Howie Mandels. Sven, I'm Dorothy.
Hello.
And I'm Blanche. Welcome.
Thank you.
Rose tells us you're getting married.
Yes.
Fat, she was thin. He was neat, she was sloppy. He was tall, she was short. He was cheap, she was extravagant. He was
opposites. We get the picture.
Well, anyway, I'll never forget the time they sang.
But you two are complaining about. I'm the one who's going to suffer the most from this. With no air conditioning, I'll get all wilted and sweaty. No man will even talk to me. And even if one does, how am I going to get a date without a telephone?
The way you always do. Go sit in the bar without underwear.
Good evening. How are you?
She says that.
Rose, do something.
Sold! Sorry, Dorothy, that's $500 for the Children's Hospital. I guess dreams really can come true. You don't have to do this, Miles.
Yes, I do, Rose. I have to show you how much I've changed. Rose, you're a...
Oh, come on now, honey. There's no reason to cry. Your mommy's gonna be here soon.
Still no answer at her parents' house. They should have been here hours ago. I think we ought to call those walkathon people again.
Well, Blanche, they said they'd let us know the minute they had any information about her parents.
Oh, Sophia. Blanche, you're a slut.
Oh, Sophia.
Well, I better go. Nuns don't keep well enough.
Oh, leave it. There's a married dead man in my bed.
Serves him right.
Ma.
He lied to her.
I don't know why they do that. Don't they know we'll sleep with him anyway?
Well, what am I going to do? I can't tell her husband died in my bed.
Tell her you want to turn on the...
Surely, Rose, you have heard of women shaving above the knee.
Get out of here.
Rose, you say that one more time and we will.
I never heard of anything like that before. When men see that you shave your legs above the knee, what does that say to them?
Hopefully.
Ma, you can't just run off to help Phil every time he has a problem.
I came here to live with you when you had a problem.
I did not have a problem. You came to live here because the home burned down.
That's right, Sophia. Don't you remember?
Hi there.
Ma! Ma, what?
Gee, I wonder what Rose is doing right now.
You mean you wonder if she's doing it right now?
No, I just wonder if maybe we didn't push her into something too fast.
What I can't understand is how in the world she managed to wait.
One thing only. You can no longer have children.
Oh, it means more than that. Much more. God, I can't even believe I'm really here. You know, I mean, at this point in my life, I can't believe we're having this conversation about me.
It's hard for you to accept.
You know, nobody in my family's ever seen a psychiatrist.
It was still a pretty crazy thing to do, but at least it's nice to know you did it because you cared about me.
Okay, let's get back to our dates. I want Howard to get me tipsy and take advantage of me.
Blanche. Howard's my date.
Oops. Well, eyes. Yeah, all the cute guys are either married or popes. Yeah, dump him like you do all the rest.
Well, ordinarily I would, but how can I do that? He's been dreaming of me for over a year, and I care about him. I mean, I care about him when he's a soldier. Oh, I said things to him last night I've never said to anybody. Clean things.
Oh. She just said she was 19.
Well, look at her now. You don't call that a tragedy?
Ma, it is going back, and that's final. Go ahead, Blanche.
No, the mood has been ruined. Suffice it to say, it involved a men's club, a vine rope, and a large bottle of Absorbine Junior.
Lime jello with pears or fresh lemon meringue pie?
Pie.
We don't have any. We never did. Now we're even.
Oh, any luck?
What? Daughter.
Oh, I'm very proud of the job you're doing, Dorothy.
Hello. Just a minute. Mr. Allen on the phone.
Oh, well, I wonder what he wants. He's never called me at home before.
And he's not calling you now either. It's for Dorothy.
Good evening, I'm Edwin Newman. The eyes of the entire world were on Moscow today as Rose Nyland continued her mission of peace It was 15 days ago that Mrs. Nyland wrote the now historic letter that captured the attention of Premier Gorbachev. Today she was in Red Square, capturing the hearts and minds of the Russian...
Love you so much, and we wanted you to win so bad that we fudged some of the things on your biography.
Fudged? Fudge makes it sound cute. You lie.
We embellished, Rose. Oh, Rose, you do good things. I mean, you are the kindest, most decent human being we know. I am so fed up with all of these people, I'm just ready to give up.
Dorothy, you can't give up. You're no quitter. Why, just think of the many times you have been dumped by a man. Did you quit dating? No, ma'am. You sank even lower, scraping the bottom of the barrel, facing
front lawn and singing songs and dressing up in bed sheets. Of course, coming from Chattanooga, he wasn't familiar with the custom. He had a heart attack. He spent most of the summer in intensive care.
With my brother. Hey! 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 He's better with my brother.
If you change your...
But look, all I have is 220s.
Great. We can get appetizers. Okay, let's jam.
That's my boy.
That's my dad.
That's my money.
Dorothy, you gave him money again. Oh.
So, just tell Jackie that you'd prefer Marla to do your hair.
I can't. Jackie and I go way back together, before Bouffant.
God, you're practically family.
I know. So what if I switch to Marla and you take my appointment with Jackie?
But you just took my turn to cook dinner. What does everybody want?
Nothing for me, thanks. I'm not hungry.
Oh, now, honey, don't let this get to you. It's something you can't do anything about.
I've always believed you can fix a problem, no matter how big it is, if you just put your mind to it.
How are you going to fix this nuclear war thing? By writing a letter to President Reagan?
Well, now, that would be pretty stupid.
Rose, that's terrible.
What happened?
Well, when the nitrous oxide wore off and my head began to clear, Lou, that's my dentist, said he was checking my heartbeat, but I think he was up to more than that.
Well, why, Rose? I mean, what gave you that idea?
I don't think wowie wah wah wow is a medical term.
Have our happiness where we can get it.
That's the same attitude that broke up Debbie and Eddie. Eddie and Liz, Liz and Dick, Martin and Louis, Rowan and Martin.
Shut up. Hello? Hello, Glenn.
Hang up on that.
I see what you mean.
You know, you can learn a lot about a man just by the way he holds you in his arms. Whether he's kind, sensitive, caring.
He dipped you, didn't he?
All evening.
You have another thing coming.
Maybe some cookies and milk could change your mind.
Here. How about $50 and you tell the truth? What do you say?
Are you trying to bribe us, Blanche?
Oh, yeah, you catch on quick.
Make it 150 each.
I'm sorry, Alvin. Don't cry. That's okay. You cry all you want.
Daisy.
I saw a sign on the bus. It said, lonely, can't make connections with that special person. So I took $20 out of your purse, sent in a picture, they ran it through the computer, and boom, you got a social life.
Ma, I cannot believe you sent my picture in to a total stranger.
I didn't send in your picture, I sent the picture.
He was a man who brought joy into the lives of all he touched.
I have the feeling he touched every behind him.
Fidel Santiago lived life.
Excuse me, Father. Hold that thought. All right, you twisted my arm.
It's good.
It's delicious.
It's garbage.
Ma, what are you talking about?
You can't fool me. I watched your faces. Neither one of you got the look.
What look?
The look that every cook knows and dreams.
Miles is my dancing partner at the ballroom.
Oh, yes, and tonight we were the king and queen of the rumba.
Olay. Ma, did you have a good time?
Great. I even made a few bucks. Where have you been? You know what time it is?
9 o'clock.
In your dreams. You take the wrong bus again? Never mind, you didn't miss anything.
What do you think you're doing?
I think I'm crocheting, but to tell you the God's honest truth, I wouldn't swear to it.
Blanche, what exactly makes you think he's your man?
Who?
Maybe the fact that I found him first?
Who?
What about the fact that he dumped you for me?
Who?
Laszlo, Ma.
Who's Laszlo?
A Hungarian artist we've all been posing nude for.
Oh, yeah.
You want to see the Jackson Pollock in Dijon?
I love to.
Come on, I gotta scrub the toilet anyway.
Ma, we have to talk.
There's nothing to talk about.
Your bed. You hurt yourself looking for them. They ask you what those spots on your hands are. They tell you they love you, and then just before total exhaustion sets in, they go home and become their mother's problems.
But what about the good things, like Mother's Day?
But the important thing is, you're our chucklehead. and we wouldn't trade you in for any other chucklehead in the whole wide world. Why don't you take it, Dorothy?
Honey, you listen to me. What you did was great. It was historic. Honey, you're what?
Either. That's why I came back.
I thought you understood. I can't break up my marriage. Not now. Not at this stage of my life. If things didn't work out between you and me, I'd be alone. That kind of risk is fine when you're 40. But I couldn't do it today. I'm too old for that, Dorothy.
And the risk shouldn't... Oh, no, that one.
I wasn't worried. My denture slipped.
Ma, Uncle Angelo's plane lands at 4 o'clock. You have plenty of time to make a fresh batch before then.
Good, because these aren't fit for human consumption.
Top of the morning, sunshines.
Hey, Rose, try one of these.
Oh, I know it. You're right. It's just terrible. If I get up in the middle of the night, I eat.
Wait a minute. You know something? We're being selfish. I mean, Rose's problem is more important than my date.
Am I losing 2 pounds?
3 pounds.
She has to face reality.
I am. Laszlo, I'd like to ask you a question. By any chance, is there anybody here tonight in whom you might be interested romantically?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes.
Oh, I knew it. Even you.
Laszlo, looks like we're a hit.
Was too nervous to eat much at dinner.
But I suppose the rest of the evening really built up an appetite.
Oh, hi. I didn't expect to see you girls up so late.
I'm just having a snack. Dorothy's the one having an affair at a motel.
Thank you, Rose.
I'll get the baby's things.
Come on, it's 6:30. We're already 5 minutes behind schedule. Rose, before you bring in the sauce, tell us what ingredient you added.
Well, I don't want to spoil the surprise. I'll give you a hint. They're sugary and they're great.
Better idea.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, I guess your friend couldn't work.
He was 12 when he stopped. He wanted to come home from school at lunchtime. I got nothing left up here.
Oh, Ma.
Well, she's gone.
I mean, that...
Yeah, clear picture on that. However, I do know that Jackie O will tie the knot again
Oh,
with...
thank you very much, Miss Dixon. Enjoy the wedding.
Rose, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't know. I'm so confused, Jonathan. You see, do you mind that we...
All right, Blanche, what are you doing?
Just trying to make myself even more attractive. Pointless, isn't it?
I mean, what are you doing with Doug? He is here with me.
Well, I know that. I'm the one who set it up in the first place, Dorothy. By the way, he said some very nice things about you.
I said you were going to do this.
It's better with men.
Oh, come on, that's false security.
No, it's not. I was safer with Charles. I was never once robbed or murdered when I was with Charles.
Look, you could just as easily have been murdered living with Charles.
I'm surprised she wasn't...
You want to be here, don't you? You've been having a wonderful time with Grandma, haven't you? Because if you haven't been, darling, well, we'll just leave right now.
She's on.
Showtime! She's not singing. Why? Why isn't she? God, I was an idiot. Anyway, he sauntered over to me at the soda fountain and gave me this long, smoldering look and said, "So?" Oh, nearly fainted dead away on the spot. The next thing I knew, I was sitting next in Mr. William Shakespeare's masterpiece, Macbeth. I feel sure after our date, he'll make a decision in my favor.
Oh, wait. Come on, now, Blanche, you're not just using this guy to get a part in a play.
Of course not, Dorothy. I'm gonna let him use me to get a part in the play.
Blanche? Blanche? Does he have a friend for Dorothy?
Oh.
We know this is...
You know, as in, do you advocate the overthrow of the government by force or violence?
Violence.
Rose!
Actually, there is one other organization that Rose and I belong to. We might as well tell him. He'll find out sooner or later.
Well, that about concludes the first meeting of the Hunka Hunka Burnin' Love Fan Club. But before...
Rose.
And then for dessert, he took me to this most romantic little bistro. And while the waiter was glazing my peaches, Richard leaned over and took my hand, and you know what he said?
What?
Our biggest worry will be tank sweat.
Let's get the party started. This is my friend, Rose Nyland. I'll go get Ma. I'm sure she's anxious to get reacquainted.
Oh, then you've known Sophia before.
Yes, she was one of the residents a few years ago at a place I work called Shady Pines.
But at the time, I was nibbling a giant shrimp out of Jerry Reed's hand.
You're making this whole thing up just to rub it in. You have never met these people.
Jealousy is a very ugly thing, Dorothy. And so are you in anything backless.
Sure.
Please, I had to turn you from the window so you wouldn't inhale the drapes.
You know, with all the work I put in on this campaign, I might as well run for fashion show chairman myself. What's so funny?
You, Rose, you can't be fashion show chairman. Well, you thought Giorgio Armani was a puppet on Ed Sullivan.
Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, boys and girls, happy birthday to you. Welcome to Mr. Ha-Ha's Hot Dog Hacienda! I have lots of fun planned for you.
Will drop dead.
What I mean, Rose, is that if you decide to raise this child, I think I'd like to help you.
Really? Now, wait a minute, girls. If you both feel you want to raise this child, why, I might even consider it myself.
But I thought you said you didn't want to be a mother again.
But I meant by myself. As long as...
Well, he has to leave. I'll be right back.
Bye.
Say bye-zy bye.
Bye, darling. Be good now. I'm worried about about Blanche? I wish she'd let one of us go with her.
Not me. I hate hospitals. My friend Matty Fishbein went into the hospital a healthy guy. Then
For needy, sexy people.
I just heard on TV the airports are closed. There's a big hurricane headed this way. They want everyone to stay just where they are.
That means that we could be trapped together for days.
Oh, Jesus.
Girl Scout camp, and you said we were going to have more fun than any two people ever had.
they want me out.
Yesterday.
Dorothy, I don't get it. I know God wants my life to be meaningful. That's not going to happen unless I'm here.
Ah, your life is meaningful. You do nothing but help other...
I don't care what that salesgirl said. I look good in that bathing suit. You know, sometimes I wish I did live in Brazil.
Excuse me. One of you ladies dropped this?
Is there any money in it?
Uh-huh.
I dropped it.
Arm.
I am pretty good at that.
Oh, you could charm the pants off anybody. I have to believe that. Otherwise, I was easy.
But Dorothy, it's different this time. Sure, I've scraped the bottom of the barrel before, but this time I don't even have a barrel.
Oh, Stan, will you stop whining? It's pathetic.
That's the most...
Overreacting. Now, for the past 2 days, all you've done is take everything we own and put it up on high shelves.
Well, I'm off. Wish me luck.
Oh, good luck, Sophia.
Ma, are you sure about this?
I'm not even sure I have these pants on right. So we're a family. We're a family stuck in a diner on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, but at least we're together.
Boy, I know I'm feeling better. My craving for cheesecake has returned.
That man was so nice to us. I wish there was something we could do for him.
Maybe there is.
I'm so sorry,
No,
Dorothy.
I'm the one who's sorry. I have to go talk to Blanche. I've been an idiot through this whole thing.
Darn right you have.
How long will it last? I mean, will it go away? Does it get worse? Does anyone die from it?
Well, no one has died from it. We don't know how long it lasts. Some people seem to recover in months, some still have it after 10 years. But that happens in other diseases as well. You take multiple sclerosis. Some people have 20-year remissions. Others wind up in wheelchairs.
Look, as long as I'm here, I should tell you there's been some complaints from the neighbors about the noise at night.
Which neighbors?
Well, me.
Which noise?
Well, you.
Well, get earmuffs. I pay my taxes.
Ah, Rose.
Clayton!
Blanche!
Oh, you're still the handsomest man I know.
And you're still the prettiest thing I ever did see.
Oh.
Now I know why they call it the Deep South.
You remember everybody?
Oh, ladies, it is so good to see you again.
Good to see you.
All right. Now.
Well, maybe Billy could have, but Billy couldn't play, and we all know why. I don't want to mention any names. Follow my eyes.
Okay, that's it for practice today. Everybody get a good night's sleep.
Coach Dorothy?
Come on now, make you a big cup of coffee. Oh, darling, I smudged your makeup.
Oh, I messed up your hair.
Man, I can be with you now, if that's still what you want.
Oh, that's all I've ever wanted. But you have to promise me never to leave me again.
Well, sweetheart, I might have to for a little while. Back on my farm in Pennsylvania, I still have an order in for 13 windmills.
Confront your father. Tell him how you feel. At least you'll have some kind of a relationship. Right now, you have nothing.
You know, Rose, I'm luckier than you because I had a father, a wonderful father whom I loved dearly. But right now, you have an opportunity I would give anything for. Just to have 10 minutes more with Big Daddy. Oh, to hear that sweet old husky voice once. You kept a diary about raising 2 pigs.
You know another way to get a 4-H pig diary badge?
Oh, my God. There's been a terrible misunderstanding. What do you say we just forget the whole?
That lighthearted laughter, that devil-may-care attitude.
Sophia, when was Dorothy ever like that?
Never. I've been asking her these questions since she's 12.
Dorothy, you can't help it if you're dull and boring. God did that to give the world some variety. Otherwise, everybody'd be just like me.
Sophia, we've come this far. Just think about the money. Think about it so hard that you block out everything else. Especially him.
Hi, I'm Timmy. What's your name?
None of your business. Leave her alone.
Ma, the nurse wants...
Dorothy! You can come in now.
I thought the two of you would like some nice, cool lemonade.
Marvin is married to Sarah.
You don't get any lemonade.
Here they are. Here are the bonds. And Dorothy, I want to thank you for helping me buy $25,000 worth of peace of mind.
Oh, Blanche, thank you. I just got off the phone with the City Fathers of St. Olaf, and it's been unanimously decided they are going to build a statue to Blanche Devereaux right in the middle of Mrs. Olson's.
Oh, I hope he's going to be all right. Oh, Dorothy, that was so sweet of you. Telling him he could come live with us.
I meant it. It's going to be awfully quiet around here without him.
I'll say, no more listening to Dorothy snore.
Ma, I do not...
Well, what do you think?
Ma, this is a rundown old concession stand.
You can't live here.
We're not living here. We leased it.
It took every dime we had. Story. You have to tell Dorothy she's your friend.
You're right. She is my best friend.
I thought I was your best friend.
You were till you told me that story.
You?
Good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Elliot.
Oh. You what?
It was a joke. A joke. That's a terrible joke.
Awful.
You can't joke about a thing like that.
God, Rose.
I'm sorry.
I believed her.
I was set to go to her hanging.
Some joke. Ball, which is being chaired this year by 35-year-old Blanche Devereaux. Twice. I probably would have anyway, though. Hey, I'm sorry I can't come see you this week.
Miami, Miami, you've got style. Blue sky, sunshine, white sand by the mile. There's ball clubs and nightclubs, all within reach. Dance the samba till morning, then lie on the beach. Each view is a
It was that A St. Valentine's Day massacre. It was Chicago, and in those days, Chicago stood for two things.
What were they?
How the hell should I know? What am I, Studs Terkel? I forgot.
Well, let's not just sit around wasting time eating chocolates. Let's do something constructive.
Here goes. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you.
Dorothy.
I gave you, does it say cream chip beef and Polish sausage are okay to eat? Leonard, you're 5 feet 6 inches. You weigh 300 pounds. What do you mean you can carry it? Beacons couldn't carry it. Okay, make an appointment for tomorrow. Come by the office. We'll talk about it. Right. Yeah, goodbye.
The light, I'm coming to you, Sally.
Ma, enough with the white light. You are making me crazy.
Well, I'm off to Atlanta.
You're going where?
To Grammy's plantation. I have to see it one more time.
Sweetheart, wouldn't it be better to just let go?
But I can't. It was hard enough to kiss at midnight on New Year's Eve. I didn't get lucky till after the Orange Bowl.
Well, if being kissed is all you care about, why didn't you just stay at the Rusty Anchor?
Oh, it was too crowded.
They threw you out again, didn't they?
I love you, Dorothy. I've always loved you.
And I love you, Stanley. Now drive.
Parents there.
Even if we got live doves?
Mother.
All right, honey, your wedding day should be the most beautiful day of your life. And if you want to invite your father, well, I'm willing to keep the peace.
Promise?
Promise. Then it's settled. Now call your father.
I am serious. What do you think I should do?
Come on now, Blanche. You know the difference between right and wrong.
Please, and bet she only knows the difference between right and left.
Honey, why are you still wearing your costume?
I didn't have time to change. I couldn't wait to get out of...
Denouncements.
Well, you probably want to get her operational as soon as possible. After all, she's quite a showpiece. Where do I install her?
Well, actually, Lou, we're going to install her ourselves. Follow me.
Hold it. You're not serious.
Why not?
You gotta be a man, for God's sakes.
You know, to tell you the truth...
With... Wait a minute. You two read my diary, didn't you? That's despicable.
I will tell you what is despicable, Missy. Some of the things you wrote in that diary.
This is my book for my eyes. You have no right to invade my privacy.
Rose, you said some terrible things. I thought we were friends. It felt real and familiar. Made me feel like I've been kissing strangers for the past 7 years. And then suddenly tonight I was with a familiar and, I must say, surprisingly agile old friend.
So what are you going to do now?
Oh, you do have a problem, Dorothy.
So I followed them all through the store and I wrote down everything they bought.
Why?
For evidence, silly.
Rose, they steal jewels, not Gino's pizza rolls.
Ladies, listen to me now. I know it seems like we're all in this together, but those people are dangerous. Please, leave the police work to us.
Give me one of those.
Hide this stuff.
Where shall I hide it?
In your brassiere, Rose. Just throw them away.
I'm going to get the EKG machine. I'll be right back.
Well, I'll call the paramedics and tell them not to come.
Oh, thanks, Blanche.
Dorothy, is he single?
Oh, my God, I don't believe this. I'm going to call the cops if you don't get out of here right away, you pervert.
Hi, Father Rossi. Here's the canned goods for the needy.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm terrible.
I count my blessings every day because I have the kind of friends who stand by you through the bad and the good. When you're lucky enough to find that kind of friendship, I guess you just want to pass it on.
Left office with the highest popularity rating since FDR. He was more popular than Tammy Bacon or Maybelline convention.
I can't believe it. How on earth did he get here?
You know how Alfonso kept talking about his old vaudeville partner? It turns out it was Bob Hope. Isn't that a kick?
Doesn't seem. But I thought that a little physical activity would help me snap this setback. I was wrong. You were right. I should just rest. Could you help me get back into bed?
Stanley, how could you fake a relapse? I mean, do I deserve this? Stan, I took care of you because I thought you needed me. I defended you to my...
Foot in and hurry up or we'll never get to the part where you shake it all about on purpose.
Oh, God, they got into the medication. Ma, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, look who's here. Everybody remembers my daughter, Dorothy. Or maybe you know her by her Indian name, Dances with Nobody.
Surely, Rose, you have heard of women shaving above the knee.
Get out of here! Rose, you say that one more time and we will.
I never heard of anything like that before. When men see that you shave your legs above the knee, what does that say to them?
Hopefully.
Hi.
I've come to pick up my brother.
Well, if it isn't Mrs. Caligula. Come on in and pull up a whip.
You two have a lot of explaining to do.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I told them we're married.
You do this, you are out of my life forever.
Well, that's me. I have to run.
Ma, what took you so long? All they did was draw a little blood.
At my age, that's like wildcat drilling for oil.
Ma, when are you going to get the...
Well, what? After my boom comes your boom, and then yours until we're all booming.
How complicated is that herring thing?
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Your nightstand.
Do you want to see my Vans Cap caca?
As long as I don't have to show you mine.
It's a St. Olaf friendship cake. I'm taking it to Roger. It's
Oh, well, whatever.
Ladies, you're forgetting something?
What?
Mrs. Claxton, we can't keep her.
Stunned. Stunned is the only way to describe how stunned I am.
Just a minute, Blanche. Are you trying to tell us that you are stunned?
Don't you make fun of me, Dorothy Spornak. I just saw the sign-up sheet down at the bowling alley. Rose Dunn.
What you're doing.
I don't need a lecture.
Well, Meg, you can't be happy with the way your life is going.
I don't want to talk about it.
If you ever do want to talk about it, you know, neighbor to neighbor, I'm here.
How about cutting the crap, Stanley? Why are we here, and what is it you want from me?
Okay, I was going to wait until after we sang Take Me Out to the Ball Game, but I'll level with you now. I'm having a little business problem.
What's the problem?
I'm bankrupt. Dorothy, I just need a few bucks until the end of the month.
Champion.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. Popcorn?
Oh, no, thanks.
So, you think he might still be in love with his ex-wife?
Well, they're still good friends. I mean, he talks about her all the time.
That into a stone tablet, but it sounds serviceable at this hour.
Oh, thanks a lot, Sophia. Good night.
Hold it, Rose. I need some advice, too.
You need advice from me?
Yeah, frightening, isn't it? It's about Dreyfus. Hi there.
Ma, what's the matter?
Everyone is fine. No one died. The home burnt down.
My God, are you all right? How'd you get here?
I hitched.
Ma.
A cab. I took a cab.
Well, you should have called.
I'm perfectly capable of managing by myself.
Listen, we have a flight. You'll always be my sisters. Always.
There's no room for it. She just scarfed down a bag of Chips Ahoy.
Why are you insulting me?
It's a defense mechanism. I guess it's to hide my feelings when I'm deeply upset.
Oh, well, I understand. In that case, I won't take it personally.
Thanks, you human mattress. What's with the sardines?
Ma, how are we going to get rid of all of this?
Don't worry, tomorrow we're getting 5 cases of pickled onions.
Boy, life sure has a way of throwing you curveballs. When I was younger, I never would have imagined that I'd be worrying about money at this.
But actually, I've been working, about 30 years.
Boy, you must really know your business.
Miss Dorothy's a very experienced teacher. Everybody who's had her says she's great.
What do you say we get some drinks and go upstairs and have Dorothy teach us the 3 R's? Reading, writing, and running.
Michael, that's wonderful.
Of course, Michael. It's wonderful. It's just, kind of sudden.
I know it seems sudden. Lorraine is her name. She sings with the band. We've only been going out about 4 months, but I've never been so sure of anything in my life.